Chapter 141. He flipped open the Book of Light. There were no words on it, just layers of light. He dripped his blood on it, and the light immediately calmed down. He felt like his soul had entered the book. It was a huge space, and many books were floating in the air. They were divided into different types: astronomy, geography, history, astrology, divination, martial arts, poetry, and so on. Gu Chunsha entered the book with his mind. He moved his mind, and a book was flipped open. The contents were clear. It was the Shaowu Secret Manual. It was a manual compiled by an imperial court a long time ago. There were many insights in it, from the beginning of cultivation to the various changes when one stepped into the Tao realm. They were all explained very clearly. The cultivation methods inside weren't very profound, but the theoretical knowledge was very rich. There were many subtle martial arts theories that Gu Chunsha hadn't understood before. Now that he looked at it carefully, he learned a lot. He had actually gone from a beginner martial artist to a martial arts master. It was all because he had obtained the strength of the bear-wolf python that he broke through directly. He didn't really train hard, so he had the feeling of breaking through layer by layer. As a result, there were still some flaws in his comprehension of martial arts. Now, he was learning the basic martial arts theory from the beginning, brewing in his mind, repeatedly calculating and reliving the time when he broke through. He read in the depths of his mind while visualizing his other self. When he was very weak, he was practicing martial arts step by step. This was the old dream reconstruction method recorded in the Shaowu Secret Manual. It could make one's martial arts life more complete. He could do two things at once. He felt that it wasn't enough, so he took out another book. It was the records of the ancient emperors, which was recorded by many ancient scholars. He started to read it carefully. This was doing three things at once. I want to see how much of one thing I can do at once. He took out a few more books. They were the Atlas of the Endless Land, the records of the ancient gods, the list of constellations, the research on the ancient sages, the research on the source of diabolism, the mountain geography, the dragon vein trend and feng shui, and the spiritual energy cultivation of herbs. He read these books at the same time. 10 things at once. He felt like his mind was going through changes. They came and went one after another, and it was a little messy. He knew that 10 things at once was his limit. By the time he finished reading the 9 books, several days had passed in the outside world. After accumulating a lot of knowledge, he pondered for a long time and digested it. Only then did he stand up and stretch his muscles and bones. He looked at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky outside, but the cool breeze blowing from the castle was very pleasant. The whole castle was full of vitality. In the distant training field, 5,000 soldiers were training nonstop. Their roars were like thunder. Their physiques were tyrannical, and they wielded the white tiger gold essence saber in their hands. As they swayed, exquisite saber techniques were activated. Even the weakest of the 5,000 soldiers was at the level of a trance martial arts master. Among them, there were close to 100 martial arts grandmasters. Shi Tai and several generals under Marquis Dashi were training them. In another relatively small school, Yiming was giving a lecture to Wang Ji, Lan Qi, Lu Yu, his foster son, Long Zifei, Long Yuxia, Long Yuhong, and a few newly promoted loyal students. After Yiming finished speaking, Ishinaka-chan also came up to give a lecture. Everyone was diligently studying. After all, Yiming's knowledge is limited. In the future, I think we should invite more amazing experts to give lessons. Gu Chunsha thought about it. For example, those experts from the Celestial Craft Institute. Right? Why is Wu not here to teach? His body jumped up and glided in the air to the middle of the school's courtyard. Master! Yiming stood up right away. Everyone else greeted him. Lu Yu, the 5 of you are cultivating really quickly? Gu Chunsha sized them up and was shocked to realize that the 5 of them had actually reached the 3rd transformation of the Tao realm. Copper skin and iron bones. Living in this castle and breathing every day, my cultivation speed is dozens of times faster than before. The key is that the sword in my hand is changing day and night. It seems like it is about to transform. Lu Yu waved the godly sword in his hand. With a slight shake, the sword soared straight up into the sky and slashed a flying beast into 2 halves, causing it to descend. The beast looked like an eagle, but it had a ghost-like head and deep fangs. Gu Qinsha recognized that this was the ghost head bird. It ate humans and corpses. It was extremely poisonous. Even a martial arts grandmaster would die immediately after being bitten. It could also spit venom from its mouth. It was a ferocious beast that people in the wilderness would turn pale at the mention of. The corpse of the ghost head bird fell from the sky. When it was still several thousand zhang away from the castle, a ball of light suddenly flew out from a tower in the castle and wrapped around the ghost head bird, burning it into ashes. Then, a gust of wind blew out from the tower, blowing the ashes away to some unknown place. The power of this castle's spell is so great. Ishinaka-chan was a little shocked. That ball of fire just now was the power of the dark fire lamp. That gust of wind was formed by the mountain and sea illustration. Gu Qinsha had spent 6-7 Sacred Heart cultivation pills and asked the Heaven Palace sect to forge the 9 magic weapons that the ancient black tortoise had carried on its back: the Dinghai Pearl, the mountain and sea illustration, the mighty hammer, the star-absorbing pagoda, the 9-yang whip, the dark fire lamp, the blue wave sword, the sunset bow, and the shooting sun arrow. Although these 9 magic weapons were fake, they were quite powerful. Especially after the black tortoise had awakened, it had absorbed celestial chi to nourish them, causing their power to increase day by day. It no longer took months to activate them. What a powerful spell! At this moment, a voice came from the sky. A woman in red had appeared. It was actually Luo Wu. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. Suddenly, the intimidating aura in the entire castle disappeared, and Luo Wu slowly descended. The spell in this castle is almost comparable to the spell that some of the core disciples of the celestial cultivation sects have set up for hundreds of years. Luo Wu stood still and looked around. She took a deep breath, and her expression changed. I see. She seemed to know what it was, but she didn't point it out. Welcome, Fairy Luo Wu. Apologies for not going out to meet you. Yiming, immediately offer up the best things. Gu Qinsha quickly called out. Yes, master. Yiming waved his hand and was about to dismiss everyone. Elder brother, I will accompany the guest. There's no need to leave. Gu Qinsha stopped Zen Ishinaka. In the center of the castle, on the 5th floor of the pagoda that Gu Qinsha resided in, Yiming, Zen Ishinaka, Gu Qinsha, and Luo Wu were sipping tea and discussing. Since Fairy has kept her promise and came, I naturally won't be stingy. This is a 7 Saint Heart tempering pill. Gu Qinsha took out a golden bottle and handed it over. Luo Wu didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. Prince is really trustworthy. To be honest, I have already been here for a few days. I am just observing the situation in this feudal land. What does Fairy think? Gu Qinsha wanted to hear the opinion of this outstanding fairy from the celestial cultivation sects. The feng shui has been modified. Some parts of the land are excellent, but the surrounding mountains are barren and unruly. Fortunately, there is a divine beast overseeing this place, and it is gradually changing the earth veins. In about 10 years, this land with a circumference of a few thousand miles will truly be as beautiful as a fairyland. Luo Wu didn't hide anything. From this, it can be seen that Prince has great luck. Just now, I saw the descendants of the 5 seasons deities, as well as the descendants of the dragon god and the sea deity. These talents are rare, even in my heavenly dance mystic gate. She was talking about Lu Yu's group of 5 and Long Zai Fei. These 6 people were peerless geniuses. Once the celestial cultivation sects discovered them, they would scramble to recruit them as disciples. Even she wanted to kidnap all 6 of them and bring them to the sect to brainwash them. These are all the imperial court's luck. I was conferred the title of prince, so I naturally got a little bit of it. Gu Qinsha had penetrating insight from reading. Now that the imperial court is at its peak, the immortals and demons have converted. Even if I am no longer of use, with the imperial court's luck, I can recruit heroes and do great things. The world's luck is indeed mysterious. Luo Wu nodded in agreement. But Prince is also very talented. To be recognized by a divine beast, he is definitely not ordinary. Fairy, in your opinion, if I want to develop my fief again, what should I do? Gu Qinsha felt that the fief had reached a bottleneck. It was beyond his ability to develop quickly, so he could only rely on time to accumulate. The fastest development is war and sacrificial offerings. Luo Wu said, if Prince wants to improve quickly and strengthen your power in a short time, there is only one way, and that is to attack the barbarians and capture slaves. Every time there's a war, you have to kill slaves and sacrifice them. For important matters of the country, you have to sacrifice them. The ancient emperors all rose from the wilderness and went through hundreds of battles. Every time they fought, they would be able to dominate the world in just a few months. When Gu Qinsha heard this, he recalled the book he read a few days ago. The ancient emperors and some ambitious and ruthless people could rise quickly because of war and sacrificial offerings. After every battle, they would hold a grand sacrificial offering and kill thousands of people. Then, they would be able to communicate with the gods, and divine power would descend, and they would become the gods' chosen ones. Ordinary people might not be able to communicate with the gods by killing them and sacrificing them. But if you had a large power and gathered tens of thousands of people to hold a grand sacrificial offering, the gods would definitely be alarmed. For example, Gu Qinsha now had more than 100,000 barbarian slaves in his fief, including the soldiers, servants, and commoners. He had close to 10,000 people. If they all gathered together and held a grand sacrificial offering, any god would be able to sense it. Since ancient times, all ambitious and ruthless people had the shadow of gods behind them. The founder of the Wu dynasty rose from the mud. When the world was in chaos, he raised his army and sacrificed for every battle. First, he sacrificed the war god, Wu Ying. Then he sacrificed the dragon god, Wu Ying. Then he sacrificed the martial god, receiving divine power. His martial Tao was profound, and he slew immortals and slaughtered demons, establishing 500 years of hegemony. Gu Qinsha recalled a piece of history he had read. It was 1,000 years ago when the world was in chaos. There was a farmer who was a bricklayer who led the peasants in an uprising. At the start of the uprising, he sacrificed the war god and the dragon god, but there was no response. Later, when he sacrificed the martial god, he gained favor and was unstoppable. In the end, he unified the world and established the country as Wu, establishing 500 years of foundation. This short history revealed a lot of information. The general situation of the world, the game of gods. This won't work. Not to mention that Father's national policy is to abolish the sacrifice of the gods. Gu Qinsha waved his hand. Even if I sacrifice now, there would be no gods to sacrifice. Moreover, killing thousands of people in every battle is not the way of a righteous person. Chapter 142. When he heard the words heaven worship decree, Gu Qinsha was expressionless. He had already cultivated to the third transformation, and his Son of Heaven God sealing technique was even more exquisite. Sun and Moon transformation also had many changes, allowing him to hide even deeper, and many people found it hard to see through him. This wasn't all. His King Dragon armor also had the ability to hide his aura and energy changes. This was why many people found it hard to see what technique he cultivated. Moreover, the Son of Heaven God sealing technique had appeared in the ancient era and hadn't appeared in tens of thousands of years. Even if it was used, only gods would be able to recognize it. Which prince is secretly worshipping the heavens? Shi Zhongchan couldn't help but ask. This is a secret, but it is okay to tell all of you. It is the seventh prince. Luo Wu said, the legalists are plotting and can't be underestimated. My seventh brother's cultivation is high, but he relies on resources. His talent can't even be considered a genius and is just above average. Gu Qinsha smiled and said, even if he uses all kinds of schemes, I'm afraid that he will only be helping Fa Wuxian. Fa Wuxian is amazing. Luo Wu sighed. If you meet him in the future, you must be careful. Even the 72 Celestial Path sects can't find his talent. There were a few Celestial Path sects and Demon Path experts who want to capture him and take him as a disciple, but he instantly killed them all. I've heard of him before, but I've never seen him in person. He didn't attend Father's banquet, but I did see Brahma Rui. Guchen Sha thought back. Brahma Rui's cultivation base is so profound that I can't see through him. Lei Tianhui is also really strong, and if I fight him properly, I have no chance of winning at all. How can a sane aristocratic family's disciple be weak? Luo Wu replied, "This place is pretty good. It's already comparable to my mountain sect. I can comprehend many things here. His Majesty ordered me to set up a school to recruit disciples. Since that's the case, I built one in the nearby mountains. Then I will send people to build it." Gu Qinsha said right away, "No need, I will build it myself." Luo Wu smiled. "The Celestial Craft Institute can build such a place. My Celestial Dance sect isn't bad either, but I will need to borrow your earth veins." "That's not a problem." Gu Qinsha, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "If the Heavenly Dance Profound sect builds a branch near here, I won't have to worry about anything." The Heavenly Dance Mystical Gate was built in his fief. Not only could it attract merchants, but it could also form an offensive and defensive force. Even the chaotic world, demonic ape temple would have to think twice. Just as they were discussing, Shuexiang of the 3 incense sticks came to report. "Your Highness, someone from the School of Legalism is requesting an audience with Fairy Luo Wu." People from a School of Legalism? Gu Chensh's brows twitched. "Fairy Luo Wu has just arrived at my place, and the legalists already know? Those from the School of Legalism are really persistent." Luo Wu also frowned. "When I first came to see His Majesty, other than the Hung clan, the Legalism clan also looked for me. They hoped that I could set up a branch in the 7th Prince's fief and cooperate with the Heavenly Dance Mystic Gate. I politely refused, but the legalists forced their way over. I hope that your Highness can block it for me." "No problem," Gu Qinsha said. "Then I will go down and take a look. Fairy Luo Wu doesn't need to appear." "Many thanks, your Highness." A grateful expression appeared on Luo Wu's face. "Elder brother, you stay here with Fairy Luo Wu. I will go down and take a look at the legalists," Gu Qinsha said. As they spoke, he brought Yiming downstairs and went to the reception hall. There, he saw Si Xiang and Xue Xiang entertaining a young man. This young man had a cold expression and seemed unapproachable. From afar, he looked ordinary, but when one got closer, one would feel that he had wisdom that surpassed the mortal world. "Master, he is F.A. Wuxian." Suddenly, Yiming's body tensed up. "It's actually F.A. Wuxian." Gu Qinsha was also extremely shocked. This person's reputation was like thunder to the ears. There were rumors that he was a natural-born saint. Who would have thought that he was actually this ordinary-looking young man? He cupped his hands and was about to speak. That F.A. Wuxian opened his mouth. "Gu Qinsha, you don't need to say anything. Luo was talking to you just now. Tell her to come out. You don't have the right to talk to me." His words weren't polite at all and were basically a form of provocation. Gu Qinsha was slightly furious. "Bold, you actually dared to speak to His Highness like that." Yiming couldn't take it and stepped forwards. "What?" F.A. Wuxian didn't even look at Yiming. He waved his sleeves. "I let you live in the past, and you still dare to speak to me like that?" That wave was formless and invisible, but the power seemed to pass through space, ignoring all distance and arriving in front of Yiming. Pum! Yiming used Xiantian energy, but he was unable to block that strike. All the Xiantian energy that he gathered was crushed. He flew hundreds of feet back and smashed into the wall. He then spat out fresh blood. With his Dao Realm 9 Transformation Glass Body Cultivation, he was actually badly injured by one strike from F.A. Wuxian. Kacha Kacha! Gu Chensh's King Dragon armor and Demon Descending Blade were already in his hands. He immediately rushed to Yiming's side. "Yiming, are you okay?" "Master, we can't fight this person. Even if we gather all our experts, we won't be able to handle him. Report this to the Imperial Court." Yiming climbed up, and his glass body had actually cracked. "It is good that you know." F.A. Wuxian stood up, and clasped his hands behind his back. Guchen Sha, I heard that you've been doing quite well recently. Even Old Seven has been suppressed by you. Now, you're going to recruit the Baoyu Nation from overseas, and you're going to contact the Immortal Dao with Lu Baiwei. I thought that you've grown 3 heads and 6 arms. This armor and sword are not bad. They can actually absorb spiritual energy and have a spirit. It's a pity that they fell into your hands. Fa Wuxian, you dare to attack here? A red shadow flashed, and Luo Wu appeared in front of Guchen Sha. I didn't expect you to be so lawless. Luo Wu, I am here to invite your Heaven Dance mysterious sect to open a branch in Seventh Land. Fa Wuxian's tone was really calm. The legalists invited you many times, but you didn't give them face. Since that is the case, then I can only come personally. You are inviting me? Do you know that you are breaking the great eternal law by attacking people in the Duke Manor? Guchen Sha took out a purple blood life returning pill and passed it to Yiming. Killing intent rose up in his heart, as this was the first time he had seen such an arrogant person. Now that the Yonko was suppressing the world, even Celestial Path Mysterious Sect had to obey the laws and follow the orders of the Imperial Court. This Fa Wuxian actually dared to do so. The laws? Fa Wuxian laughed coldly. If I didn't respect the laws, your subordinate would have died a long time ago. Although this castle of yours has some formations and mysteries, in my eyes, it is still paper. Gu Hongsha said that he lost something in his manor and asked me to help him look for it. If I can verify certain things. As he spoke, he changed the topic. Luo Wu, come with me. Fa Wuxian, I think you are too arrogant. Luo Wu said indifferently. I have already made up my mind to build a branch in Duke Chen's land. Very well, I just came to ask you personally. Since you won't give me face, then I will forcefully take you away. Fa Wuxian extended his hand. Fa Wuxian, are you trying to test my cultivation? Luo Wu's expression was as cold as frost. Do you really think you are a natural saint? You speak too much nonsense. Before Fa Wuxian finished, he was already in front of Luo Wu. Luo Wu's entire body danced gracefully. Her every movement was like a demonic dance. Guchen Sha couldn't see what she was doing at all. Fa Wuxian's cultivation was even more terrifying. He didn't even use any Xiantian earth energy and just used his flesh and blood palm to easily tear apart all of Luo Wu's Xiantian earth energy. Wind and cloud dance. Who knew what technique Luo Wu used? Wind and clouds surged around her. Her arms danced and blocked Fa Wuxian's strike. Kill! Guchen Sha finally grabbed the chance and slashed. The sword was still crooked like a kid who had just learned how to write. He couldn't even hold the brush properly and scribbled on the white paper. Humble sword. The King Dragon armor and Demon Descending Blade merged with the ancient God Dragon scales and were really strong. Guchen Sha himself also broke through to Dao Realm Transformation 3 and his strength increased. He read all sorts of books and deduced martial arts to build a really firm foundation. His clumsy fist improved once more. One could say that with the Demon Descending Blade and King Dragon armor, even the glass jade body might not be able to block it. The hilariously clumsy sword was already in front of Fa Wuxian. Fa Wuxian reached out with his finger and casually tapped. Pung! Guchen's sword and armor exploded at the same time and gave out a tragic cry. They scattered into many runes that formed an energy current that couldn't be gathered at all. Just this point alone was enough for Fa Wuxian to nearly scatter the King Dragon armor and Demon Descending Blade spirit. I will help you compensate Gu Hongsha with these 2 items. Fa Wuxian grabbed once more and actually wanted to take the King Dragon armor and Demon Descending Blade. But at that moment, a person appeared beside him. Shi Zhongchan's fist had arrived. Shi Zhongchan's fist was really simple, and it was like a meteor falling from the sky. Fa Wuxian's hand turned, and he slapped. Shi Zhongchan was forced back, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. If not for Dashimar Qi, I would have ripped you into pieces. Fa Wuxian continued to grab Luo Wu, King Dragon armor, and Demon Descending Blade. Luo Wu's sleeve spread out, and she pushed aside Fa Wuxian's palm. she was actually able to block it. Skydance Mystic Sect's top disciple does have some skill. Unfortunately, this is all. F.A. Wuxian was expressionless as he pointed out once more. That finger was like a god stroke that added the finishing touch. Punk. Luo Wu's Xiantian earth energy started to leak out uncontrollably. Her sleeves were blown to smithereens by the rampaging energy. Yiming, Shi Zhongchan, Luo Wu, and Gu Chunsha could not last more than 3 moves against F.A. Wuxian. Moreover, F.A. Wuxian seemed relaxed and at ease. It seemed like he was only using 20 to 30% of his strength. F.A. Wuxian, it seems like you are determined to go against the Sky Dance Mystic Sect. Luo Wu stood at the front and let Gu Chunsha recover. How can you say that? Let's spar. F.A. Wuxian said calmly. Empress F.A. told me to let me see the talents of the world. It's useless even if you guys report this to the Imperial Court. F.A. Wuxian, it seems like you're still afraid of His Majesty. You haven't truly reached the realm of fearlessness. From this, it seems like there are flaws in your martial arts. At that moment, a voice was heard. Accompanying the voice was a palm that floated in the sky. Chapter 143. The fourth prince, Gu Huasha, had also arrived. He executed his lifetime's ultimate art, heart in the vast beyond heavens. In the past, Gu Chunsha couldn't break this attack at all. But now, when this attack was 3 feet in front of F.A. Wuxian, it actually couldn't advance any further. It was as if there was an invisible force obstructing him, making F.A. Wuxian impenetrable. Gu Huasha's expression changed, and he wanted to retreat. However, F.A. Wuxian's palm didn't contain any trace of smoke or fire. It gently stretched over, wanting to grab Gu Huasha's neck and lift him up. Meanwhile, F.A. Wuxian's entire body had a suction force, making it impossible for Gu Huasha to retreat. Chi! Another pitch-black light shot in from the outside. When F.A. Wuxian saw this black light, a grave expression actually appeared on his face. He slightly dodged, causing the black light to miss. However, the black light turned around like a spirit snake and tunneled into the center of his brows. Courting death. F.A. Wuxian placed 2 fingers together like a pair of scissors, clamping onto the black light and cutting it. Instantly, the black light was shattered. Lu Baiwei, you actually succeeded in cultivating the great massacre god art. The one who emitted the black light was Lu Baiwei. It was unknown when she had also arrived here. F.A. Wuxian, you actually dare to be so arrogant. Lu Baiwei didn't make a move. Instead, she formed a fan with Gu Huasha, Zhen Shizhong, Yiming, Gu Chunsha, and Luo Wu, surrounding F.A. Wuxian. Yiming's injuries were extremely severe, but after consuming the purple blood life returning elixir, he had completely recovered. Zhen Shizhong might have vomited blood, but F.A. Wuxian didn't make a ruthless move. He was still a little fearful of Marquis Dashi. I am here to invite Luo Wu to 7th Bro's conferred land as a guest. Also, boss wants me to investigate a case. I didn't expect Gu Chensh's servant to speak ill of me, and I am merely teaching him a lesson. F.A. Wuxian's eyes scanned the crowd, and the disdain on his face grew. None of you are worthy to be my opponent. Even if I use 30% of my strength, I can kill all of you in a breath's time. It's a pity. The world is so big, and I can't do whatever I want with my cultivation base. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Everyone felt as though the sky and earth had changed. Millions of mountains came rolling over, and boundless astral chi had the power to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Even Luo Wu and Gu Huasha were forced to retreat. At that moment, F.A. Wuxian disappeared. This person is truly powerful. Seeing him leave, Gu Huasha let out a long sigh. It's true that he's a born saint. He doesn't dare to act recklessly. Lu Baiwei's face was as cold as ice. When he left, he was extremely unwilling and said that he can't do whatever he wants. What he means is that His Majesty is suppressing him. Otherwise, he would kill all of us. This person has a lawless personality. Gu Chunsha allowed the King Dragon armor and the demon's subduing blade to slowly recover. Killing intent, rose in his heart. If fourth brother and Baiwe didn't barge in, I'm afraid he would really dare to forcefully abduct people in my residence. He would even snatch away my sword and armor. Actually, he came here today because of the law Empress orders, Lu Baiwe said. This means that we can't accuse him. Moreover, he can say that he is here for a competition. Boss is also behind this. Gu Qinsha said, seventh bro is also behind this. Maybe he saw that Emperor Father has been paying attention to us recently. If we accuse Fa Wuxian of what he did today, it will cause a conflict in the imperial court and implicate the Law Empress. It will be disadvantageous to the overall situation. Moreover, Emperor Father wants to train us. We can't make a big fuss over such a small matter. Our cultivation is not enough. Lu Baiwe looked at the sky. I didn't expect Fa Wuxian's cultivation to be so strong. No wonder he is an innate saint. If His Majesty didn't suppress him, the world would be his. He came here today to demonstrate his strength. Sure, Zhongchan frowned. Fairy Luo Wu, what do you think? I still underestimated him. Luo Wu said, I'm afraid that among the younger generation of the 72 Mystic Gates, no one can compare to him. This is just a small interlude. Fourth Prince Gu Huasha said, Fa Wuxian will be a huge calamity in the future. However, he probably won't come again. You don't have to worry about this. Also, I will pay close attention to news about him. I will also investigate his movements. Lu Baiwe said, I might not be his match, but as long as I advance a few steps and increase my cultivation realm, I will be able to restrain him with the great massacre divine art. I will also strengthen the defense. Gu Qinsha knew that even if he strengthened the defense, it would be useless against Fa Wuxian. Just now, he didn't activate the formation and use the 9 magic treasures to attack. He knew that even if he activated the 9 magic treasures, it would be useless. On the contrary, they would be destroyed by Fa Wuxian's supreme Dipper Chi. Only after the black tortoise baby woke up would it be able to resist Fa Wuxian. On a mountain peak 1,000 miles away from the castle, Fa Wuxian sat cross-legged. His eyes shot out light, and there were many runic patterns circulating in his pupils. It seemed like he was calculating something. Fa Wuxian, didn't you go to the 19th Prince's fief to bring Luo Wu back? Why did you return in failure? Right at this moment, a man appeared on the mountain peak. This man was wearing dark red armor and a scarlet cape. He wore a bronze mask and looked very mysterious. Hung Budong, why do you dress like this every day? Are you ashamed? Fa Wuxian opened his eyes and said, Oh, you cultivated the blood pond art and turned yourself into a blood devil. Your Hung clan's eternal heavenly book is missing the 3rd volume, so you want to use the evil path's purgatory blood pond secret art to make up for it. Fa Wuxian, you don't have to care about my matters. Have you found out what happened? Hung said, It wasn't easy for Gu Hongsha to obtain the heretic god's flesh and blood, but it disappeared for no reason. Now, that long Zaifei brat is also in Gu Hongsha's residence, so it can be seen that he was the one who stole it. However, the heretic god's flesh is extremely difficult to refine. What did Gu Qinsha get? Even if he obtained the heaven sacrifice decree, it's still trash. Fa Wuxian muttered to himself, I've finally seen the great massacre divine art. It's really mysterious. If Lu Baiyue's cultivation was a few more levels higher, I would still be able to kill her, but her black light can hurt me. How do I break it? It seemed like other than the great massacre divine art and the heavenly talisman emperor, he didn't care about anyone else. You want to break the great massacre divine art? Hung Budong laughed. This is a secret art that even gods can't do anything about. I admit that you're strong, and you're indeed a natural-born saint. However, you're still no match for those 1,000-year-old monsters, let alone gods. You're too ambitious, and you need more time to improve your cultivation. Gu Taxian doesn't have the time to do that. Fa Wuxian's eyes were indifferent. He's only risen to power a few decades ago, but he's already slaughtering gods. Even the ancient monsters that have lived for tens of thousands of years can't compare to him. I don't believe that I'm weaker than him. I knew you were ambitious, but there's another person like you, Wenhong. He's the son of heaven, a level higher than a natural-born saint like you. Hung Budong laughed. When Hong, I'll trample him underfoot sooner or later. Fa Wuxian looked at Hung Budong casually. Don't try to sow discord, or I'll kill you. Even if you've cultivated the second volume of the eternal heavenly scripture and the purgatory blood pool art, I could destroy all of your secret arts with a wave of my hand. I believe you. I'm indeed no match for you. Hung Budong didn't get angry. In fact, even if Fan Ruri, Lei Tianhui, and the other disciples of the various aristocratic clans joined forces, we still wouldn't be able to stop you. However, your opponent isn't me, but those ancient monsters that have operated the heavenly Tao for thousands of years and the gods. Of course, the one you want to defeat is the Heavenly Talisman Emperor. Since you're admitting defeat, I'll let you off. Fa Wuxian waved his hand. As long as the Heavenly Talisman Emperor is still around, I won't make any big moves. He dotes on Lu Baiwa deeply, and even taught her the great massacre divine art. Fine, but are you still going to help Old Seven? He seems to want to start another war, and then he'll secretly offer sacrifices to the heavens. He thinks that the heaven's sacrificial talisman will fall into his hands, Hung Budong said. He'll deal with his own problems. Fa Wuxian frowned. The heaven's sacrificial talisman is an ominous object, and none of the previous emperors who acquired it had a good ending. Why would they want it? That's because the emperors are too reliant on the talisman. Truth be told, some of the old-timers want it because they want to do business with the heavenly Tao. If I had this talisman, it would be perfectly fair for me to sacrifice lives in exchange for many things that have already disappeared from the primordial era. For example, I could use a large number of souls to exchange for a few hundred years or even 1,000 years of life. That's more than enough time to gain enlightenment. After all, many of the old-timers are nearing the end of their lifespans and are just waiting for the talisman to appear. You have a point, Fa Wuxian said. So where do you think the talisman will appear? I'd be interested in studying it. It's an incarnation of the heavenly Tao, and I want to subjugate it. Heavenly Tao. Haha, I want to trample it under my feet. Whatever the Heavenly Talisman Emperor can do, I can too. Whether or not the Heavenly Talisman Emperor can do it depends on how things go in the future. In any case, a storm is brewing, and we need to prepare, Hung Budong said solemnly. There's no need to prepare. I'm looking forward to it. Fa Wuxian rose to his feet. It'd be best if Gu Taxian can't do it. If he can't, I'll do it. That's the only thing that'll interest me. As he spoke, he had already disappeared. Hung Budong frowned. He hadn't even noticed how he'd left. As expected of a natural-born saint. I wonder how he cultivated his strength, but he's already unfathomable at such a young age. After a long while, Hung Budong muttered to himself, but no matter how strong you are, you'll still be suppressed by Gu Taxian. You'll have no choice but to submit to his imperial court. You must be feeling resentful. As he spoke, he took to the air, gliding into the clouds. Monarch Qin's fiefdom. After being messed around by Fa Wuxian, Gu Qinshan knew that he couldn't stand up to him. After a brief discussion with Lu Baiwe, the fourth, and Gu Huasha, they decided to establish a branch of the Celestial Dance Mystical Gate with Luo Wu. Luo Wu chose a mountain not far from the castle and settled on the branch. Then, she took out a gourd filled with thousands of golden beans. She scattered the beans, which exploded into clouds of golden energy that condensed into burly, golden-armored men. Each of them was about the height of 2 grown men and possessed extraordinary strength. Chapter 144. What is this? Beans for soldiers technique? Gu Chunsha looked at those golden-armored men uprooting mountains and trees. They were actually able to toss 5,000-kilogram rocks into the air and use them as pellets. They stabbed their hands into the ground and dug out large amounts of dirt. Although their construction speed wasn't as fast as that of the great strength ghost god, it definitely wasn't something that normal humans could compare to. These are the Xian gold puppets that our sect crafted to build branches and change mountains and rivers. They are used as servants to gather Xian gold energy and train for many years. Luo Wu said, Usually, the Xian gold energy is turned into beans in the gourd, and we feed them with spiritual energy. When we need them, we take them out. But they are weaker than the great strength ghost god. The great strength ghost god can absorb spiritual energy and cultivate on his own. As for these puppets, they are just treasures. That is indeed the case. Pigland. Gu Qinsha had seen the great strength ghost god build before. They were invisible and formless. The forest split open, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. Numerous building materials flew into the sky, and in an instant, the building was completed. These puppets had to be moved by oneself. Although it was 100 times faster than manual labor, it wasn't as miraculous as the great strength ghost god. Don't underestimate these puppets. Even I can't craft them myself. I need to reach Tao Realm 14 transformation and have the soul leave the body before I can use mental energy to craft them. Luo Wu sighed. Tao Realm 10 transformation. 1 heart, 1,000 uses, 11 transformation. Soul snatching, 13 transformation. Demon swallowing and ghost eating, 14 transformation. Soul leaving the body. Gu Qinsha read a lot and understood the various abilities of the 36 transformations. If one cultivated to the point where the soul left the body and roamed around, then it would be really indiscernible, and one would be a true celestial cultivator. Fairy, you should be close, right? Gu Qinsha wanted to find out more secrets. To tell you the truth, I've already cultivated to the 13 transformations of Devil Eater and Ghost Eater. I can meditate and absorb the wandering souls of strange creatures to strengthen my own soul. I'm only one step away from condensing my soul into a nascent divinity and allowing it to leave my body. Originally, it should have taken 3 to 5 years, but you gave me a 7 Sages heart refining pellet. I transformed the 7 Sages Taoist rhyme into my own spirit, and my soul has already transformed. I should be able to reach perfection within these few days. If Fa Wuxian had come a few days later, I might not have been completely suppressed by him. Luo Wu didn't hide anything. Our heaven dance mysterious sex technique requires the soul to leave the body. Once one crosses it, one's technique will have the ability to enter the soul and the Tao heart. One's strength will increase by 10 times. What realm is that Fa Wuxian? Even though Gu Qinsha was being bullied by Fa Wuxian and wasn't his opponent at all, he didn't feel discouraged at all. Instead, he absorbed knowledge bit by bit, consolidating his cultivation and striving to advance a step further. This was a habit he had developed since he was young. Even in the depths of a lowly environment, he still held onto hope. He didn't give up and would always strive to advance. Sometimes he thought that if he had obtained the giant spirit divine ring from a young age and all sorts of resources, he might not have developed such a precious quality. He felt that the quality of character that he had honed since he was young was the most precious thing. It was even more precious than the heaven sacrificial decree. I can't see his cultivation level clearly. Luo Wu said, in the future, this person will stir up the power of heaven and earth. His martial arts are extremely mysterious, and he has comprehended something new. Although I was defeated by him in an instant this time, when I think about it carefully, I also learn a lot. Gu Qinsha pondered. I've seen the heroes of the world. You, on the other hand, are extraordinary. You aren't discouraged or disheartened. In fact, I can't even find the slightest bit of dejection in you. You are still calm and at ease, studying diligently. Luo Wu discovered Gu Qinsha's strong points. I've been bullied since I was young. What kind of humiliation have I not suffered? What's a little lost to me? Gu Qinsha smiled. These days, I actually want to learn more martial arts from Fairy. There will be a day when the stones on the ground can also become stars in the sky. Well said. Luo Wu looked at the profound gold puppets below and didn't care about it. These profound gold puppets will automatically split open mountains, open up earth veins, build roads, chop down trees, and build the embryonic form of a palace. However, I still have to buy some precious building materials from His Highness. For example, jade, steel, and so on. That's not a problem. I'll provide them all. Gu Qinsha said, The 7th princess of Precious Jade Nation is now one of my people. Long Yuyun has also opened up a trade route on the sea. She can continuously transport all kinds of jade from Precious Jade Nation here. Many thanks. Luo Wu didn't stand on ceremony. The two left the mountain and returned to the castle. Gu Chansha ordered Yiming to inform Long Yuyun and Frosty Jade to buy jade and building materials while he studied with Luo Wu. He wanted to familiarize himself with how the ancient 72 sects raised their disciples. He wanted to follow the orthodox training methods of immortal Tao disciples and completely stabilize his foundation. When an immortal Tao disciple enters the sect, they first nourish their body with medicine, unblock their meridians, pierce their acupoints, nurture their Tao heart, and eliminate their mortal qi. Luo Wu explained to Gu Qinsha one by one, along with the core experts from Prince Chen's residence. Luo Wu was an orthodox disciple of the immortal Tao and a true direct disciple at that. Naturally, she was well-versed in the sect's training methods. Gu Qinsha learned humbly and absorbed the knowledge. At the same time, he asked her for advice on refining treasures and cultivation methods. Yiming came from the temple of Mahakasyapa and was quite knowledgeable. However, he walked the evil path and believed in evil god Mahakasyapa. The evil path paid particular attention to sacrifices and didn't pay attention to the enlightenment of wisdom. Everything was given by the evil god, so systematic education was far inferior to the immortal Tao. Because of this, the barbarians had been slash and burn cultivation for tens of thousands of years, eating raw meat and drinking blood. They didn't know how to build and only knew how to kill and sacrifice. At this time, Gu Chansha was enlightened as he listened to the immortal Tao's training of disciples. It matched what he read in the books and gave him many insights. For more than 10 days, he studied hard and kept learning from Luo Wu. His diligent attitude surprised Luo Wu. She'd thought that as a prince, Gu Qinsha would more or less have some arrogance. She didn't expect him to be so sincere. He didn't put on any airs and didn't hide his ignorance. When he didn't understand something, he asked and pondered. Such a diligent learning spirit was rare even in the immortal Tao. The immortal Tao paid particular attention to enlightenment and aptitude. It didn't care about hard work. Moreover, the immortal Tao's disciples were all geniuses. Those with superior aptitude could only do odd jobs. Luo Wu's aptitude was unparalleled. She only knew that she could learn whatever she wanted and didn't need to put in any effort. When she encountered bottlenecks that were hard to break through, she could just circulate her energy and break through. She had never experienced the difficulties of ordinary people. But when she saw Gu Chansha cultivating, she also felt that there was no bottleneck in the world that couldn't be overcome. A person's spirit could be penetrated by dripping water. The ancient sages paid particular attention to the Tao of the mortal world. They were different from us immortal Tao, but those sages were much stronger than us immortals. Even the gods had to give way to them. Luo was also pondering. The heavenly talisman Great Emperor's cultivation was so strong. Could it be that he also comprehended Tao in the mortal world? At this time, she heard Gu Chansha reading loudly. Therefore, without accumulating small steps, one can't reach 1,000 miles. Without accumulating small streams, one can't form a river. A steed can't take 10 steps with a single leap. An old horse can ride 10 times without giving up. If you give up, rotten wood won't break. Perseverance can be carved into metal and stone. Earthworms don't have sharp claws and teeth, but their muscles and bones are strong. They feed on the soil above and drink from the yellow springs below. A crab kneels 6 times and has 2 pincers. If it isn't a snake's den, it can't be placed. His heart is impatient. As she listened, she suddenly had an epiphany. She flew out and arrived beside Gu Qinsha. What article is this? This is the latest heavenly talisman, Great Ceremony. It's an article written by Emperor Father. It's an article that stresses on people regardless of their aptitude. As long as they have the heart, they will be able to learn. Gu Qinsha hurriedly said, Earthworms don't have claws and teeth. Their bodies are soft. They can feed on the soil above and drink from the yellow springs below. Crabs have sharp claws and teeth. They can't dig holes on their own. Luo Wu carefully thought about the content of Gu Chencha's reading. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. I see. The Tao is in the mortal world. I understand now. In between her smiles, Luo Wu's aura returned to normal. She wasn't a high and mighty fairy, but a pretty daughter of a small family. Her aura changed, and she went from a celestial to a mortal. But Gu Chunxia realized that her aura was really strong and limitless. In the past, every action of hers had celestial energy, but after all, it was exposed. Now, it was as deep as the abyss, and she was a totally different person. Congratulations, Fairy, for comprehending the theory. Gu Chunxia knew that she had comprehended something. This was a change in her heart realm and soul. I have to thank you for this, Luo Wu said. In the future, I will stay in the mortal world. I will be happy for it, angry for it, happy for it, sad for it, and hate for it. At this moment, I feel the magnanimity of the heavenly talisman, Great Emperor. It is unprecedented. Gu Chunxia savored her words and felt the intent within. He comprehended something. How is your cultivation recently? Luo Wu asked. I am consolidating my foundations and training in the third transformation. I am slowly using spiritual energy to strengthen my organs, and I hope to reach the fourth transformation. Gu Chunxia cultivated the Sun-Moon Dragon and wanted to form the Sun-Moon Dragon heart, Sun-Moon Dragon stomach, etc. It wasn't something that could be done in a day. He needed vast amounts of spiritual energy, thousands of times that of normal experts. He also needed to use the light from the sun-moon altar to train in it. You cultivate a lot of things. There are the Great Spirit God technique, Maha Hell suppression scripture, chaotic world demon book, and also some ancient techniques that are really strong. Maybe they are from the royal family, but because of that, different techniques and different intents are mixed up, and it is hard to not lose your path. However, it's worth congratulating you for comprehending your own fist art. It's a pity that you haven't had much time. If you want to master martial art, you'll need at least a few decades of comprehension. That clumsy fist of yours is only a means of attack. You haven't cultivated the breathing acupoints, astronomy, geography, or time and space meditation. It can't be considered a fist art. Luo Wu got to the point. I know, but unfortunately, it is still too early. Gu Chunxia wasn't in a rush and could only take it slow. Recently, I have been reading books and asking Fairy and slowly formed a system. That is good. Luo Wu suddenly raised her head and looked into the sky. An expert is using the heaven eye to look at us. The aura is really evil and overbearing, and it has the aura of the chaotic world demon ape. Chapter 145. Tao Realm 15 Transformation. Heaven, Eye-Hanging Sky. Gu Chunxia also raised his head to look at the sky. He didn't sense anything out of the ordinary. He knew that the heavens, eye suspended in the air, was a step further after the primordial spirit of the 14 transformations left the body. It could fly high into the sky and condense into one, becoming the heaven's eye. It hung high in the sky, and within a radius of thousands of miles. Not even ants' moving house could escape the observation of the heaven's eye. One must know that even if one cultivated the soul to leave the body, there were many taboos. It was really dangerous for the soul to leave the body, and if one wasn't careful, one would be injured. It was like a baby swimming naked in the ocean, and one could die at any moment. When one reached the 15 transformation, Heaven Eye-Hanging Sky, it was much stronger. One could travel in the sky and not be afraid of the wind. When one used the heaven eye to observe, one could even notice many treasures deep underground. When one used it to the extreme, there were many mysteries. It should be Yuan Shasheng. Luo Wu retracted her gaze. If I hadn't cultivated the 14th transformation, I wouldn't have been able to sense that mental energy. Luo Wu had already reached the 14th transformation and comprehended many mysteries, so naturally, she could notice many movements. What is the cultivation of chaotic world demon ape god temples, Pope Yuan Shasheng? Gu Chunxia asked. This person is a top talent. He was a playboy, but he suffered a tragic fate. The girl he loved was stolen and he was framed. His arms and legs were broken. He had a fortuitous encounter and entered the demon path. In a short time, he actually managed to cultivate the 16th transformation, reincarnation. I'm not sure what his cultivation is now, but he is probably someone that many sects don't want to offend. Luo Wu's sleeves fluttered. It seems like he will come to attack in the next few days. Gu Qinsha knew that the chaotic, demonic ape temple had lost a lot of things. The dragon transformation liquid, the dragon transformation pagoda, the heavenly demon relic, the black tortoise egg, 410 seven sacred heart refining pills, and a large number of purple blood rejuvenation pills and spirit cleansing pills. They had pretty much taken half of the temple's wealth. If he was Yuan Shasheng, he would find out who did it and skin that person alive. He could have hidden a little, but after spending so many seven saint heart cultivating pills, no matter how he tried to hide, there would be some clues and people would find out. Not to mention the chaotic, demonic ape temple. Even the princes felt that something was wrong. Gu Qinsha's recent development was too rapid, surpassing many princes. Because of this, Fa Wuxian came to test the waters. Fa Wuxian had the shadow of many princes behind him. Different situations call for different measures. Gu Qinsha was not afraid of the demonic ape temple. The imperial court is powerful, and the army is not far away. If the demonic ape temple of confusion attacks my fief, I have to think about the imperial court's reaction. What he said was the truth. Right now, the heavenly talisman immortal emperor had built his capital in the desolate lands, only a few thousand miles away from here. Roads were being constructed one after another, and even railways were being built. The barbarian race didn't dare to invade, and even the evil gods didn't do anything. The evil gods and the barbarians are indeed afraid of the imperial court, Luo Wu said. But it's hard to guard against an expert's sneak attack. I have to ally with the Fourth and Lu Baiwe. Together with you and Yiming Shizhongchan, we might be able to deal with Yuan Shasheng. Gu Qinsha calculated. Other than that, Fairy Luo, you should have some good friend from the Immortal Dao sections. If you can invite them to help me, that would be great. Actually, this was the reason why Gu Qinsha befriended Luo Wu. As an outstanding disciple of the mystical sky dance sect, Luo Wu had many friends. If she could rope in a few Immortal Dao friends, she would have nothing to fear. I do have a few friends. For example, Yin Xian from the mystical sky melody sect, Mu Yexiao from the mystical thousand sect, Huangfu Fengyan from the mystical heart sect, and Bao Ming from the mystical treasures sect. Luo Wu said a few names. These people are not weaker than me. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. Especially Mu Yexiao. His cultivation is even higher than mine. So many experts. Gu Qinsha knew that Luo Wu's friends weren't ordinary. They were all well-known figures in the celestial Dao mystic sect. At the very least, they were experts at the Dao realm 10th transformation and above. Do you think that if we gather experts, can we kill Fa Wuxian? We can't. Luo Wu shook her head. I've been thinking about this for the past few days. That Fa Wuxian is truly invincible. Even the elders of the sect might not be his match. If people of our level were to surround and attack him, no matter how many of us are killed, he is so strong. Gu Qinsha still didn't believe it. You can't imagine how terrifying he is. Luo Wu had to admit it. Each day that passes, his strength is getting more and more terrifying. If he becomes a true saint, even the gods will be afraid of him. Forget it. Since that is the case, then we will have to be careful when we meet him. Gu Qinsha sighed. Then, I will have to trouble you to invite more celestial cultivators. If we can scout the chaotic world demon ape god temple, then we can strike first and destroy the temple. Is that possible? That is possible. Luo Wu's eyes lit up. In the past, with evil god protecting him, that was impossible. But now that evil god is being suppressed by Heaven Talisman Emperor, he doesn't have time to worry about the believers. If I gather a bunch of experts to kill Yuan Shisheng, I have to think about this carefully. Gu Qinsha was also plotting. Luo Wu has found so many celestial cultivators. Even if we can take down the chaotic world demon ape god temple, the riches will be split by them. I won't even be able to get the leftovers. But if we don't take it down, it will be a problem. How will we be able to maintain balance? Okay, I will contact my friends. Luo Wu waved her sleeves and flew into the air. When one reached Tao Realm Transformation 14, one soul would leave the body and one's mental power would be really strong. The amount of spiritual energy one absorbed was huge, and one wouldn't lack energy when flying in the air. Her cultivation is really strong. Gu Chunsha shook his head. He still felt that he was really weak. He returned to the bedroom and the reading room. He looked at the Xuanwu baby who was still sleeping and absorbing celestial energy. Who knew when it would wake up? The ground and walls of the reading room were covered in a faint purple color. The original metal and stone material actually gave off the smell of purple crystals. He used his fingers to tap the wall, and there was actually a buzzing sound that only god weapons had. It was deep and long. Xuanwu nest was filled with treasures. Xuanwu itself was a god beast with the strongest defense. He took out the king dragon armor and demon descending blade and dripped his blood to refine them. Last time, the armor and sword were scattered and slightly damaged. But after these few days of hard work, not only did they recover, but they also became even more mystical. But if he wanted to use the armor and sword to deal with Fa Wuxian, it was just an illusion. Sun and Moon Dragon scatter into the body. Great skill seems clumsy, great wisdom seems stupid. The Tao is in the human world. Gu Qinsha used Sun and Moon refining, Sun and Moon transformation, and Sun and Moon Dragon to train his body. Large amounts of spiritual energy were absorbed into his blood and then merged with the light on the Sun and Moon altar to transform into Sun and Moon Dragon blood. The blood then flowed through his body, strengthening his meridians and seeping into his organs, making them as firm as stone. But his main focus was still on cultivating the clumsy fist. He wanted to turn this fist into a detailed system. His clumsy fist was just an attack method and not a true martial art. For example, if he didn't cultivate the Son of Heaven God sealing technique, then he wouldn't be able to improve. A martial art wasn't simple. It had to have all sorts of theories and steps to allow one to cultivate to the peak step by step. But he was really smart now and had read a lot. He absorbed all sorts of knowledge to build a solid foundation for his own martial arts. If I can, this chapter isn't over, please continue. If I could do 1,000 things at once, I will be able to perfect the clumsy fist. But who knows how long it will take to reach such a realm. For some reason, Gu Chunsha felt that the Son of Heaven God sealing technique wasn't safe. He knew from reading that there were people in the ancient times who got this talisman and cultivated it. But one day, due to various reasons, they lost the favor of the heavens and their cultivation disappeared. The talisman flew away on its own. Under such a situation, naturally, he had to study his own martial arts. But because of that, he couldn't help but be distracted, causing the cultivation of the Son of Heaven God sealing technique to slow down. If he focused on cultivating this technique, he would have already cultivated the Xiantian earth energy. But he didn't regret it, because the clumsy fist was really strong. Once he reached the 4th transformation of Tao Realm, his body would be flawless, and even the Xiantian earth energy might not be able to break it. He stretched his limbs and practiced the clumsy fist over and over again. He punched out the various forms of the human world, and the clumsy and ignorant people were all in this fist. Slowly, he was immersed in his own martial arts. Inside the pass, within the palace. The Heavenly Talisman Emperor didn't read through memorials and was talking to the Empress. The Empress' surname was Fa, and she was from the legalism sect. She was still a young lady and wore simple clothes. Although she had a wooden fork on her head, it couldn't hide her nobility. Every move she made had the demeanor of a mother of the world. Anyone who saw her would feel that she was the true Empress and that no other woman could replace her. The other concubines in the palace were all extraordinary, but she was the only one who could be the mother of the world. Your Majesty has been busy recently and hasn't visited me in a long time. The Empress brewed tea for the heavenly talisman emperor. Our palace has moved from the capital to this palace. When will you gather us for a gathering? When the capital is built. The heavenly talisman emperor drank a mouthful of tea. Let's gather during the worship. Your Majesty is really preparing to worship the heavens. A worried expression appeared on the emperor's face. Many people are watching. Our great Yonko has never been so lively before. If there are any changes to the worship, there might be unrest. Is there no unrest in this life of mine? The heavenly talisman emperor didn't seem to care. Furthermore, the construction of the capital in the desolate mountains will activate the array formation. The energy of the entire desolate mountains will change and gather towards the city. The land that nurtured the billions of barbarians and evil gods will change as well. At that time, the evil gods will no longer be able to hide themselves and will be exposed to me. That will be the day of their death. Your Majesty, are you really going to break the balance that has existed since ancient times? The Empress sighed. The gods are the subjects of the heavens. The righteous gods are the loyal subjects, and the evil gods are the traitors. When the Saint Son of Heaven appears, the loyal and the traitors will settle down and the world will be in order. When the Saint Son of Heaven doesn't appear, the loyal and the traitors will kill each other and the world will fall into chaos. Your Majesty is now sealing the righteous gods and killing the evil gods. This is not something that can be tolerated by the heavens. No matter, weren't you in high spirits back then as well? Were you really going to fight against the heavens, against the gods, against the group of immortals? Why do you seem to be afraid now? The heavenly talisman emperor said slowly. Your Majesty, it's not that I'm afraid, but during the worship a few years ago, the sun and moon were devoured and a bloody light surrounded them. That power far surpassed that of the gods. When I returned to the legalism saint's spirit, I realized that it was an unprecedented calamity. Our saint's divination told me that I have to leave your Majesty before I can escape this calamity. Otherwise, the legalism saint will fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. As the Empress spoke, she actually trembled slightly. Although she was deep in thought, the divination of the legalism saint's ancestor had always been accurate since ancient times. There's no need to worry. The heavenly talisman emperor said calmly. The legalism saint's realm is far below mine. So how can he see through the heavenly Tao? Let's not talk about this for now. That child of yours, F.A. Wuxian, went to little 19's fief and caused a ruckus? End of chapter. 50Z. Chapter 146. Geniuses remember in a second. Go if you like. Small. Providing you with exciting novels to read. That's the stuff between the younger generation. Since your Majesty asked, I'm sure you already know everything. Light flashed in the eyes of the law empress and then dimmed. That child Wuxian can't be controlled at all. He doesn't even listen to my words, let alone the words of the ancestors in the clan. He's a natural-born saint and has some ability. Heavenly Talisman, the great emperor said, but this person disregards the law and does as he pleases. In the future, he'll definitely be one of the people who will create chaos in the world. Your Majesty, please take back your words. The Law Empress was shocked. That child Wuxian is still young. He's arrogant, but he wouldn't dare to go against the imperial court and destroy your Majesty's great cause. This matter should be a small misunderstanding behind the scenes. Why are you panicking? Heavenly Talisman, the great emperor, smiled. To be able to receive such an evaluation from me, he's definitely not ordinary. Moreover, your school of legalism has followed me for many years and helped me govern the world. As long as you don't go too far, I can ignore small mistakes. I'll go and inform the ancestors of the school of legalism to discipline that child Wuxian. Only then did the Law Empress let out a sigh of relief. It seems that your Majesty cares for 19. Back then, F.A. Shah was impulsive and took away the law-breaking celestial sword and the anti-demon treasure robe. He even offered the robe to me. I didn't want it. Should I return to 19? We elders shouldn't interfere in the matters between the brothers. Heavenly Talisman, the great emperor, waved his hand. I don't want others to say that I'm biased. Besides, I can't care so much. There's no need to make a fuss about that child, F.A. Wuxian. It's good to let 19, Baiwei, and little 4 know that there's always someone better out there. Take it as training. There's still a lot of training ahead. Your Majesty is really magnanimous. The Law Empress expression calmed down a little. F.A. Shah has now cultivated the glass jade body. In a few days, he'll attack the Temple of Mo. Wuxian will also take action. Chapter 147. After reading hundreds of books and gaining a deeper understanding of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, Gu Chansha felt that this pagoda was a little different. He circled the pagoda and checked its movements. He felt that there were many faint words within the pagoda. There really was a cultivation technique within. The Dragon Transformation Pagoda has absorbed enough Dragon Transformation liquid and has grown bigger again. It has reached its limit. Gu Chansha thought about it carefully. Let me try using the sun and moon refinement again. He knew that the sun and moon refinement had a method to refine magical treasures, allowing the magical treasure to be connected to one's blood. Sun and moon refinement, the change of heaven and earth, the beginning of yin and yang, the beginning of all living things. He flew up and used his blood to write runes on the Pig Island, forming the pagoda once more. The pagoda became as tall as 10 people. Using blood to write runes required 10 times the amount of sun and moon dragon blood. Even with Gu Chincha's recent high cultivation, he was almost exhausted after writing it. He immediately swallowed large mouthfuls of heavenly dew and circulated his mystic technique to refine it. He only recovered after a few hours. He then used blood to summon the sun and moon dragon fire. How long? The sun and moon dragon fire descended from the sky and wrapped around the huge pagoda, burning it layer by layer. This time, Gu Chansha felt a strange movement. The Dragon Transformation Pagoda started to shrink under the burning of the dragon fire. Many pitch-black smoke was refined from within, giving off crackling sounds. The black smoke turned into a devil and was finally melted by the dragon fire, turning into nothingness. This is the will of the evil god. Gu Chansha was shocked. Luckily, I kept this pagoda in the sun and moon altar, so the evil god can't sense it. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? The black smoke was completely refined, and the Dragon Transformation Pagoda shrunk from the height of 10 people to the size of 7 inches. It landed in Gu Chincha's palm. It was light as a feather, and he couldn't feel its weight anymore. At this moment, Gu Chansha communicated with the pagoda with his mind. Instantly, he saw many words and diagrams within the pagoda. Those words were all floating tadpoles, and they all had shapes. Upon closer inspection, they weren't tadpoles, but rather, they were in the shape of dragons. When these fragmented words are strung together, there seems to be a charm to them. He carefully read through all the words in the tower and memorized them. Then, he flipped open the Book of Light to search for information related to this tadpole writing. This Book of Light was worthy of being a collection of all the books in the royal library. In just a few breaths, Gu Chansha had found many books on ancient tadpole script research. He immediately began to watch and study. After a few more days, he finally recognized all the ancient tadpole characters. It was actually an incomplete mental cultivation technique called the Dragon Nurturing Mental Cultivation Technique. It used all sorts of mysterious methods to nurture a dragon fetus in one's dantian and nurture it. There were meditation, chi circulation, worshipping in all directions, divine arts, space-time, and many other techniques. The exquisiteness of it was hard to calculate, and it was even above the demon book of chaos and the scripture of hell suppression. Gu Chansha carefully studied it and compared it to the sun-moon dragon. He found that there were similarities, but also differences. Communicating with each other, he corroborated each other and discovered something new. He sat down cross-legged and slowly cultivated the dragon nurturing mental cultivation technique. Instantly, the vital energy in his body grew and many of his acupoints turned into small dragons. Gu Chansha instantly felt like he had split apart, turning into millions of small bugs. Each bug was wriggling like tadpoles, but as they absorbed spiritual energy, they would turn into dragons. Millions of tadpoles to nurture dragons. This was the secret to the dragon-nurturing mental cultivation technique. Just as he was using the dragon-nurturing mental cultivation technique, he felt a huge suction force pulling the spiritual energy in the air. The rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy was actually several times that of before. The dragon-nurturing mental cultivation technique and Sun Moon Dragon are actually so strong. Gu Chunxiao realized that when he was using the dragon-nurturing mental cultivation technique, the Sun Moon Dragon was improving quickly. Many bottlenecks that were hard to comprehend and reach were being circulated smoothly. If this continued, he would probably be able to reach Tao Realm Transformation 4 Gold Swallowing Stone. Just as he was using the dragon-nurturing mental cultivation technique, the 7-inch dragon pagoda sensed his true chi and shrunk once more. It actually turned into a sesame seed that flew into his mouth and settled in the depths of his dantian. Instantly, all the excess spiritual energy in his body was absorbed by the dragon transformation pagoda. This dragon transformation pagoda also has the ability to store spiritual energy. Gu Qinsha was overjoyed. Even though my physical body is extremely strong, I still have to store spirit chi. Now that the Dragon Transformation Pagoda can absorb spirit chi endlessly, doesn't that mean I have an inexhaustible store of spirit chi? He sensed it and realized that after all the excess spiritual energy was absorbed by the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, the pagoda was slowly changing. This pagoda was living in his dantian, using his cultivation to evolve it. Of course, this pagoda wasn't just a parasite. When it absorbed his bloodline spiritual energy, it would also give off a warm energy that flowed around his body and sped up his blood circulation. Originally, every time Gu Chunsha cultivated and breathed, he would need to let his blood and spiritual energy permeate his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It would take several hours for his blood and spiritual energy to circulate in his body. But now, with the help of the Dragon Transformation Pagoda in the depths of his dantian, he only needed a few dozen breaths to complete his blood circulation in his body. Tao Realm Transformation 3 Gold Skin Iron Bones use spiritual energy and blood to circulate the external skin cycle. Time and time again, one would break through and slowly nourish it. In the end, one would have an indestructible body. As for Tao Realm Transformation 4 Gold Swallowing Stone, it was to use blood to circulate in the organs and slowly strengthen them. As time went on, one would transform. Gu Qinsha cultivated Sun and Moon Training, Sun and Moon Transformation, and Sun and Moon Dragon. He needed at least tens of thousands of cycles to complete them, and that required a long time. Now that the Dragon Transformation Pagoda was helping him, it was the same as shortening the cultivation time. This Dragon Transformation Pagoda has many functions. I need to study it and comprehend its mysteries. Gu Chensha felt that this pagoda wouldn't be so simple. He slowly comprehended it. A Ming greets master. A voice spread in from outside. Come in. Gu Chensha saw Ming step in and kneel on one knee. Are your injuries healed? I consumed the purple blood life returning pill and then used the Xiantian energy. I ate the heaven dew and recovered a little, but I wasn't able to get rid of it. Ming was still terrified when he thought about it. Fa Wuxian is really vicious. His Xiantian energy drilled into my body and destroyed my meridians. It even wanted to charge up to my brain and destroy my mind. It still hasn't been cleared up. This person is really despicable. Gu Chensha observed Ming and found that his blood and qi circulation wasn't smooth. Suddenly, he remembered that the Dragon Transformation Pagoda could absorb spiritual energy. He immediately used the Sun and Moon Training and pointed at Ming's forehead. Immediately, he felt a sharp force that could even slice the sky apart in Ming's meridians. It was going to break through the mortal latch and destroy his brain. Yiming was trying his best to suppress it. Fa Wuxian's Xiantian energy is really powerful. You can't even refine a strand of it. Gu Chunsha suddenly used the Sun and Moon Transformation Pagoda's Xiantian energy. The tip of his finger released a suction force, trying to suck the strand of Xiantian energy out of Fa Wuxian. Master, you can't. I can't refine this Xiantian energy. If you absorb it into your body, you might be in trouble, Yiming immediately said. But soon after, he felt the strand of Xiantian energy being sucked out of his meridians. He felt that there was a huge vortex in Gu Chensha's Dantian. The suction force was so strong that even he couldn't compete with it. Amazing, amazing! As Gu Chensha sucked in the Xiantian energy, layers of illusions appeared in front of him. In that instant, he seemed to see a huge heavenly blade cutting through time and space, destroying everything in its path. But in the depths of his Dantian, the Dragon Transformation Pagoda flew up and absorbed the huge heavenly blade cleanly. After the illusion passed, he was shocked to find that the Dragon Transformation Pagoda had really absorbed Fa Wuxian's Xiantian energy. After the absorption, the Dragon Transformation Pagoda changed again. It faintly emitted a light that shone on his internal organs. It was as if his internal organs were turning into gems. Master, the speed of your blood circulation is so fast. What treasure do you have in your body? Only then did Yiming realize that something was wrong. His internal injuries had completely recovered, and the Xiantian energy that had troubled him for many days had been sucked away, just like that. The Dragon Transformation Pagoda has actually absorbed all the Dragon Transformation liquid recently. I have refined it, and it is now residing in my Dantian. It can absorb excess Xiantian energy and store it for nourishment. Gu Chunsha told Yiming about the changes in his body. So that's how it is. Yiming was overjoyed. Congratulations, Master. You can actually condense this pagoda. It is rumored that this pagoda has a special ability. It can absorb all kinds of Xiantian energy and transform it into Xiantian energy. In other words, in the future, Master's battle prowess will be extremely powerful. Even if my Xiantian energy attacks Master, it will be absorbed by the pagoda. So powerful? Gu Chunsha was also overjoyed. Why don't you give it a try? Yiming nodded and raised his hands. Immediately, dozens of Xiantian energy bombarded Gu Chensha's body. But the moment they bombarded his body, Gu Chunsha felt the Dragon Transformation Pagoda in his body move slightly. It emitted a strong suction force and absorbed all the Xiantian energy. Then, it turned into a 5-colored light that shone and nourished his internal organs. As expected, Gu Chunsha felt that as long as an expert attacked him, he would be able to absorb it and use the Dragon Transformation Pagoda to nourish him. But Master, you have to be careful. If you meet a peerless expert, the Dragon Transformation Pagoda might not be able to absorb it in time. For example, Master just absorbed Fa Wuxian's Xiantian energy. But if you really meet him, you must not do that, Yiming hurriedly said. I know about this. Gu Chunsha had been calculating Fa Wuxian's strength for the past few days. He felt that Fa Wuxian's strength was truly unfathomable. Just now, that strand of Xiantian energy he left behind was already so powerful. If he really attacked me, even with the Dragon Transformation Pagoda, I wouldn't be a match for him. I would be killed instantly. But Master's potential is limitless. The Dragon Transformation Pagoda is closely related to Master's cultivation technique. That's why Master was able to refine this pagoda and unleash its power. Yiming said, with this pagoda, Master can absorb excess Xiantian energy and continuously convert it into Xiantian energy. This Xiantian energy can give birth to all things. Compared to the Black Tortoise energy, each has its own merits. The Black Tortoise energy can give birth to strength and strengthen the physical body. Xiantian energy can increase intelligence and awaken spirituality. In the future, Master can use Xiantian energy to transform mortals. For example, those soldiers. After being transformed by Master's Xiantian energy, their aptitude will greatly increase. This dragon transformation pagoda has many mysteries. Moreover, it has not fully matured yet. Gu Chensha said, "After some time, when my cultivation increases and I comprehend more, I will be able to truly use this pagoda." Chapter 148. After placing the dragon transformation tower into the depths of his dantian, Gu Chencha's combat strength increased at a terrifying rate. Especially with the tower's ability to absorb Xiantian energy, he was pretty much invincible against experts below the 11 transformation. Thinking about it, no matter how they attacked you, they were increasing your cultivation and increasing the dragon transformation tower's essence energy. As expected from the chaotic world, demon, ape, god temples, 100 years of hard work. It was also refined with the power of the evil god. After the sun, moon, dragon fire refined the evil god power, the tower would truly belong to Gu Chensha. More importantly, his sun, moon, dragon technique was compatible with the dragon raising cultivation technique, and it had the effect of nurturing the dragon transformation pagoda. Now that the dragon transformation tower was in his dantian, it was being refined by spiritual energy and the sun, moon, dragon blood. Sooner or later, it would become more mysterious. At the same time, he had a deep comprehension of the sun, moon, dragon technique and also had a clear understanding of the clumsy fist. With the 3 treasures, King Dragon Armor, Demon Destroyer, and Dragon Transformation Tower working together, he would be able to fight experts. At least Yiming wasn't his match. The power of treasures is really terrifying. I am just at the 3rd transformation, and with these 3 treasures, I can fight experts above the 9th transformation. Gu Chensha checked the 3 treasures. They were all connected to his heart and blood, so they couldn't be considered treasures. They were more like his organs. If his cultivation improved, and he cultivated the sun, moon, dragon technique to the extreme, he would be able to merge the 3 treasures into his body and become a part of it. That would break away from the realm of treasures. This was also where Lei Tianhui miscalculated. He thought that Gu Chencha's sword and armor were made by someone else, so he wouldn't be able to use them as he wished. Master, Fairy Luo Wu has already brought a few true inheritors from the immortal Dao sects over. They are now guests at the residence. Do you want to accompany them? Yiming came because of this matter. Oh, bring me out? When Gu Chensha heard about this, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Since the core disciples were here, he had to at least show respect. If not, he wouldn't be able to rope them in, and they might even become enemies in the future. He immediately went downstairs, passed through several gardens and halls, and came to the main hall. From afar, he could see 3 women and 2 men. One of the women was dressed in flowing sleeves and was none other than Luo Wu. As for the other 2 men and 2 women, they were also extremely beautiful. It was very rare to see such characters in the world. Anyone who saw these people would know that they were not from the mortal world. There were many talents in the imperial court, and the candidates for the imperial examinations were not ordinary. However, compared to these true disciples of the immortal Tao, the difference was like comparing a fish's eye to a pearl. This was also why Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor wanted to stop the immortal Tao from plundering the common people. If the geniuses of the common people were all recruited by the immortal Tao sects, what would the imperial court do? You've all come from afar. I was in seclusion, so I wasn't able to welcome you. Please forgive me. Gu Chensha spoke from afar. Seeing him rushing over, the 2 men and 2 women sat motionlessly and chatted among themselves, looking rather condescending. Luo Wu stood up and introduced, "Your Highness, these are my 4 friends. Ancient of the Profound Sky Sound Gate, Mu Yexiao of the Profound Thousand Gate, Huangfu Fengyan of the Profound Heart Gate, and Bao Ming of the Profound Treasures Gate. This is Royal Prince Chun, the 19th Prince of Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor." Hearing this introduction, the 2 men and 2 women finally looked at Gu Chensha. One of the women in light blue immortal robes said, "So it's Royal Prince Chun. Greetings." Even though they said it was greeting, they still sat upright. "We wouldn't dare." Gu Chensha didn't feel offended at all. "It's my great honor that you could come to my humble place." I'm afraid that I might not be a good host and neglect you. Yiming, I'll give you a gift as a token of my respect." With a wave of his hand, Yiming brought out 4 gourds. Each gourd contained several purple pills. These are purple blood life rejuvenation pills. The gifts are simple and unpresentable. When the 2 men and 2 women saw Gu Chunsha being so courteous and smiling, they looked at each other and felt that it wasn't good to continue putting on airs. After all, one shouldn't hit a smiling person with a fist. It wasn't strange to be too polite. The purple blood life rejuvenation pill is also a healing medicine. It's very difficult to refine and requires all kinds of rare materials. One cauldron can only be formed after tens of years of cultivation. One more pill is equivalent to one more life. It's not a simple gift. A young man dressed in a yellow robe, with palms that were faintly golden in color and didn't look like a mortal, waved his hand, and the 4 gourds of pills disappeared. "Then we won't stand on ceremony. We'll accept your gifts." This person actually has a Grotto Heaven level magic treasure. Gu Qinsha noticed some clues. Up until now, he had seen 3 Grotto Heaven level magic treasures. One was the Heaven Sacrifice Talisman, another was the Great Spirit God Ring, and the Jade Bracelet on Lu Baiyue's hand. Other than these, it wasn't even the Dragonization Tower. The Dragonization Tower could only expand and shrink, but it didn't have a space of its own inside. Luo Wu didn't even have one. From this, it could be seen that Grotto Heaven level magic treasures were rare even for orthodox Immortal Dao disciples. He also remembered Luo Wu's introduction. This man was Mu Yexiao of the Great Thousand Mysteries sect. He was the strongest among them and was famous among many Immortal Dao disciples. These Immortal Dao disciples were high up and had the aura of arrogant scholars. Gu Qinsha had been educated by the imperial family since he was young. There was a course on how to be courteous to the virtuous, which taught how to recruit these arrogant scholars. Since ancient times, there were many records of emperors, generals, and ministers recruiting these mutants. In the past, there had also been cases of powerless emperors using trickery to make immortal cultivators wholeheartedly work for them. Gu Qinsha treated people with sincerity and was broad-minded. Moreover, he had cultivated the Son of Heaven's investiture art for a long time and had gradually developed a bearing. After a few words, these Immortal Dao disciples looked at him in a different light. In the eyes of the Immortal Dao disciples, he was just a minor noble prince. Great Emperor Heavenly Talisman has issued a decree for Monarch Chun to recruit Immortal Dao sects, said Luo Wu. Luo Wu replied, "The situation has changed. The imperial court is flourishing, and if we can work for the imperial court, we will be able to obtain many benefits. For example, if we make contributions, we can request for rewards from the imperial court." A few days ago, Princess Yuefu wrote a memorial stating that if an immortal cultivator can obtain merits, they can exchange them for rewards. The Heavenly Talisman Immortal Emperor has already agreed to it. The Heavenly Talisman Immortal Emperor stated in the memorial that whatever the heavens can bestow, he can also bestow. For example, not long ago, the Great Emperor promised the legalists a Hongmeng tree fruit if they can conquer the temple of Mahanada. Hongmeng tree fruit. Even though the 2 men and women were more ambitious and knowledgeable, they were still shocked when they heard this. Gu Qinsha observed their expressions. When they heard about Great Emperor Heavenly Talisman, they looked rather helpless. He knew that these people were actually very afraid of the court, but they couldn't bring themselves to cooperate with it. Father's Banquet was really a warning to all the Immortal Dao sections. Gu Qinsha tried to figure out what these people were thinking. Back then, he had seen Great Emperor Heavenly Talisman casually tear through the void and sweep down countless immortals with a single grab. He had grabbed Elder Wangji, who was protected by layers of formations, from a mountain gate hundreds of millions of miles away. The Crimson Firmament Mystic sect was also a colossus. Countless talented immortals had been running it for tens of thousands of years, and there were as many experts as there were carps in the river. However, in front of Great Emperor Heavenly Talisman, They were like a bunch of immature children. Luo Wu's words were clearly on his side, so he naturally didn't hesitate. Immortals, I do have the authority to communicate with the court and the immortal Tao. I have the authority to report directly to the court if anything happens. If you need anything for your cultivation, I can report it to the court. Many thanks. Mu Yi smiled and cupped his hands. The court has ordered that our sects must obtain permission from the government to recruit disciples in the future. We also have to open branches in the secular world. Even if we do recruit disciples, they will have to leave the mountain and work for the court for several years after they finish their cultivation. We have to respect Great Emperor Heavenly Talisman's orders. There will be many opportunities for us to interact with him in the future. You flatter me. Gu Qinsha could hear the resentment in Mu Ye's words. If he was a cultivator of the immortal Tao, he would also be angry at this order. Imperial Father wants to exterminate all the evil gods. He has already sealed all the passages between the evil gods and the secular world. If you can contribute to the court, you will definitely have a share of the treasures in the evil god's kingdom. This is a feast, Luo Wu said. There will be danger, but there will also be opportunities. I heard that Great Emperor wants to destroy the chaotic demonic ape temple. A woman in a plain dress, without a single piece of jewelry, spoke up. She was Bao Ming, of the Myriad Treasures Mystical Gate. The Myriad Treasures Mystical Gate definitely had a lot of treasures, but she didn't have any on her. Gu Qinshan knew that this was the true power of the Myriad Treasures Mystical Gate. I'm not going to destroy it. I'm just going to attack it. Gu Qinsha looked at the four of them. Can you all lend me a hand? There are many experts in the chaotic demonic ape temple, and Yuan Shasheng is unfathomable. Other than that, there are a few demonic apes that have cultivated for thousands of years and are all stronger than us. It's impossible to take them down for now. Bao Ming spoke the truth. Moreover, I heard that some of the treasures in the chaotic demonic ape temple have fallen into Great Emperor's hands. Why do you say that? Gu Qinsha was slightly shocked. For example, this mansion actually has a divine beast guarding it. It breathes in and out celestial energy, and with the combination of the earth veins, it will become a celestial realm over time. Bao Ming smiled faintly. Those who can have a divine beast, immortalized cave mansion, are all heaven masters. Not to mention us. Even the elders in the sect can't tame a divine beast. Only a few ancestors in the deepest part of the sect have this magical power. If I'm not wrong, this divine beast is the black tortoise. I know that there is an ancient black tortoise egg in the chaotic demonic ape temple, but it can't hatch. It seems like this is the egg. Great Emperor actually hatched it. There was something special about it. A newly hatched divine beast would be coveted by the leaders of both the celestial and demon sects. If not for the fact that you are a great emperor and have the backing of the heavenly talisman emperor, I'm afraid this place would have been razed to the ground by countless forces. Gu Qinsha also knew the value of the divine beast, the black tortoise. If it was obtained by the celestial path cultivators, they would at most keep it as pets. If it was obtained by the demon path and demon path cultivators, they could absorb its soul and take over its body. They could even use all kinds of demon path secret techniques to cultivate an incarnation, a second primordial spirit, and greatly increase their cultivation. They could not do anything to an adult black tortoise. Chapter 149. I had a fortuitous encounter. Gu Qinsha couldn't reveal the details. He was extremely worried. The world was big, and there would always be people willing to take risks. However, he couldn't hide. Such a large black tortoise could absorb immortal energy. He'd be discovered no matter where he went. Also, Your Highness' sword and armor are spiritual treasures. They're extremely rare in the path of immortals. Even I can't refine a treasure that can absorb spiritual energy on its own. Your Highness is skilled in refining treasures. We should discuss more when we have time. Bao Ming's eyes were sharp. She was naturally sensitive to treasures. Gu Qinsha didn't hide anything from her. As expected of an outstanding disciple of the Myriad Treasures Mystical Gate, Gu Qinsha's heart stirred. Would you be willing to establish a school on my fief to teach treasure refining? It's not impossible, but the seventh prince, first prince, and third prince have all invited me. I'll have to think about it carefully. Bao Ming smiled and looked at Gu Chen's Dantian. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. But since your highness is on good terms with Luo Wu, and I'm best friends with her, I'll naturally take precedence. Many thanks. Gu Qinsha was shocked. Bao Ming seemed to have discovered the dragonization pagoda in the depths of his Dantian. I didn't expect your highness to have so many treasures in your residence. Mu Yexiao was secretly observing as well. This place used to be barren hills and unruly rivers, but it's been transformed into a land of heroes. In time, it'll become a paradise on earth. The mountains aren't famous because they have immortals. The waters aren't deep because they have dragons. Gu Qinsha said, the black tortoise is guarding this place, but it's not my fault. If you can establish a branch here, I can connect to the earth vein and provide you with immortal energy. This place of yours does have an advantage. The black tortoise will grow stronger with time. When it reaches adulthood, it can even distort time and space and build a divine nest, comparable to a god. Unfortunately, it takes tens of thousands of years to grow. Mu Yexiao took a deep breath. How did your highness hatch this divine beast? I don't have that kind of ability. Naturally, it's the work of the imperial court. Gu Qinsha told a small lie. Imperial Father has the power to make this divine beast grow faster. The black tortoise is one of the 4 divine beasts, even more powerful than the other divine beasts. However, the heavenly talisman emperor's cultivation. Mu Yexiao didn't believe it at first, but after thinking about the heavenly talisman emperor's cultivation, he didn't say anything. That's right, my branch is almost done, but it's still lacking a lot of decorations. I invited the 4 of you here today to help me set up the formation, Luo Wu said. Luo Wu, we've been friends for many years. There's no need to be so polite. Let's go now. Mu Yi stood up with a smile on his face. Many thanks for the gift, Your Highness. Once Luo Wu is established, we will discuss the matter of the chaotic, demonic ape temple with Your Highness. Fairy Luo Wu is setting up a branch of my fief. This is a big deal, and I should support it. However, I've been in seclusion recently, and it's been disrespectful. Since all the immortals are here, I'd like to learn from all of you. Gu Qinsha really wanted to see what these people were capable of. Then we'll have to show our incompetence. Bao Ming seemed to be interested in Gu Qinsha. Her beautiful eyes roamed around as she sized him up. Whoosh! Everyone flew up and left the castle in a few breaths' time, arriving at a nearby mountain. Between the 2 mountains, a giant palace was being built. The mystical gold puppets were still busy carving stones, moving logs, planting trees, and leveling the roads. Other than that, there were many craftsmen busy as well. These craftsmen were all hired by Gu Qinsha from outside. There were some things that the mystical gold puppets couldn't do. After all, they were just puppets, and they didn't have enough intelligence. 3 mountains were carved into the shape of 3 people sitting upright. They were all women, and their dancing postures resembled hand seals. It was as if a celestial maiden was scattering flowers. The 3 mountains surrounded the 9 palaces, and in the middle, there was a man-made river that twisted and turned like 18 long dragons, emitting gurgling sounds. In the center of the 9 palaces, there was a giant pond. The water was clear and deep, and the bottom couldn't be seen. There were constantly water ripples that formed a whirlpool, as if it was absorbing something. The 9 palaces added together were even bigger than his castle, and they had a huge spirit-gathering effect. Gu Qinsha could see that this layout was the 9 stars soaring rainbow, and the 3 mountain statues were the 3 immortals concocting pills. They used the layout of the 3 mountains to refine feng shui, transforming an evil land into a spirit land. Luo Wu was worthy of being a disciple of the profound immortal Dao sect. Her knowledge of feng shui layouts far surpassed his. Your armor is really not bad. Bao Ming saw Gu Qinsha floating in the air with the king dragon armor wrapped around his body. Qi currents revolved around him, and he was stable. The armor was formed by many runes, and in the depths of the runes, there was a small dragon circling around. How can it compare to the methods of the myriad treasures' mysterious sect? Gu Qinsha didn't dare to show off his strength in front of Bao Ming. That's right. My myriad treasures' mysterious sect is indeed unique in refining treasures, but with my level of cultivation, I can't refine such an armor. Bao Ming suddenly stopped talking, but a thought rang out in Gu Qinsha's mind. I didn't expect that your highness would actually obtain the dragon transformation pagoda, and even refine and activate it. Can I talk to your highness alone later? This is my soul tentacle, and I can communicate with you through telepathy. Seems like I can't hide anything from you. Gu Qinsha was secretly surprised. That's a deal. You don't know how to use the dragon transformation pagoda. This pagoda's true function is very mysterious. The key is that it can absorb spiritual chi and transform it into dragon chi. This dragon chi has a strong effect on any treasure or pill. If you can use this pagoda well, your cultivation will increase tenfold. Bao Ming was a little impatient. I'd like to learn from you as well. Gu Qinsha thought about it. Since Bao Ming had seen through him, he had no choice but to agree. Luwu, your design of the 3 Immortals Pill Refinement and 9 Astral Rainbow is really not bad. Muyi smiled as he looked down at the palace. Actually, the Desolate Mountains were originally an excellent place in the prehistoric era. Countless primordial divine beasts and immortal spirits lived here. But later on, the evil gods took over and spread their sects, tainting the earth veins with evil energy that couldn't be expelled. Over time, it became a barren land. I observed for a long time and discovered that the Heavenly Talisman Emperor built cities and kingdoms everywhere. In the end, he laid out a strange layout. Geographically speaking, he wanted the great Yonko to devour the earth veins of the Desolate Mountains. In the end, the kingdoms of the evil gods would be swallowed up as well. Gu Qinsha listened quietly. He had long felt that the Heavenly Talisman Emperor's efforts to improve the people's livelihood were one thing, but it was definitely not as superficial as this. We don't know what's going on. It's all up to the heavens. If we can survive this game, it might not necessarily be a fortuitous encounter. The old era has passed, and a new era has come. The old gods have fallen, and the new gods have risen. Since ancient times, heroes have been born in troubled times, and saints have been born in turmoil. Luwu's words sent shivers down everyone's spines. Muyi looked up at the sky. The sun was originally shining brightly, but suddenly, dark clouds gathered and rain poured down. With a single thought, the heavens changed so much. He laughed heartily and waved his hand. Instantly, innate astral energy descended, turning into spirit snakes that coiled around. Bao Ming opened her mouth slightly, and many rays of light descended, turning into figures of light that moved around, carrying something. Yin Xian and Huangfu Fengyun of the Profound Heart sect took out a bottle and a gourd respectively. The bottle spewed out golden sand, and the gourd was filled with flames. The flames mixed with the sand, turning into a golden waterfall that descended into the depths of the palace. It really is the work of immortals. Gu Qinsha sighed inwardly at the scene before him. These methods weren't something he could compare to. He didn't even know what they were. The more he knew about the profound immortal Tao, the more ignorant he became. But this time, it was an eye-opener. As he pondered over the methods of these immortal cultivators, he learned a lot from them. The 4 of them used their methods to build palaces, set up formations, and even released flames to sweep through the forest, refining the rocks in the forest into liquid. Finally, they created many patterns. After 3 days and 3 nights, Muye's palm shook in the air. Thunder rumbled, spreading in all directions. The mountains responded. The palaces were completed. Colorful lights shone everywhere. Spiritual chi formed a vortex in the air and landed on the central mountain. Deep in the mountain valley, there seemed to be a huge firebird that danced under the nourishment of spiritual chi. Good formation. Gu Qinsha sighed. This formation is amazing. It has become a real spiritual land, and it resonates with my castle. The vermilion bird, the fire dances under the sun, and the black tortoise goes out to sea. It's a perfect match. Of course it's a perfect match. The three immortals refine pills, the 9 stars flying rainbow, and the vermilion bird fan the fire. Bao Ming'er looked at the castle in the distance. It's a perfect match with your black tortoise. Unfortunately, your castle has a real black tortoise egg, and the vermilion bird fire formation is empty. If we can get the vermilion bird egg, it'll be perfect. Even many sects can't compare. Even so, this place is extraordinary. Luowu looked happy. Thank you, everyone. The mountain I cultivate on in the sect can't compare to this. We true disciples have our own palaces in the sect, but there are no divine beasts. Luowu, your palace is nourished by the divine beast's energy, and your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the vermilion bird fire formation and the black tortoise fire formation combine to nourish each other. It's even more amazing. Bao Ming was a little envious. If that's the case, I want to build a branch in the mountain next door and form the green dragon formation. You're welcome, Gu Qinsha said. Bao Ming'er glanced at him and smiled mysteriously. Luowu, we helped you condense the palace. It's taken a lot of energy. You need a rest. Mu Yexiao landed on the ground and entered the newly condensed palace. He meditated. Huangfu Fengyun and Yinxin nodded and went down to absorb the black tortoise immortal energy to recover. This palace has just been condensed, so I need to repair it. Luowu looked at Bao Ming'er with a smile. Ming-er, it seems you have something to say to His Highness. Yes. Bao Ming'er nodded. Then I won't disturb you. Luowu returned to her palace and looked around. Fairy, please come to my study. Gu Qinsha activated the king dragon armor and landed in his castle. Bao Ming'er followed him and saw the black tortoise egg on the altar. Chapter 150. I'm not very proficient in the art of artifact refinement. I might have sought guidance from Fairy Luowu, but I haven't cultivated for a long period of time, and my knowledge is still shallow. Fairy Bao Ming is an expert in artifact refinement. It is truly my fortune to be able to seek guidance from you. Gu Qinsha truly wanted to learn. Luowu is not good at refining treasures. She is good at mental cultivation and meditation. This kind of cultivation can only be understood and not taught. There are also not many ways to teach you. The Sky Dance Mystic Sex technique is suitable for women. There are many things that you don't understand. Bao Ming'er sat down leisurely and waved her finger. Threads of purple and red energy wrapped around it. The Xian Wu celestial energy in this land and the red energy from the vermilion bird fire formation in Luowu's palace have combined to form a holy land for cultivation. Even I want to set up camp here, especially since you have the dragon transformation tower. Fairy's eyes are really sharp. The moment Gu Qinsha said this, he saw Bao Ming'er's blade-like finger pointing at his forehead. It was so fast that it chased the wind and chased after the moon. That finger also had an aura that could pierce through everything. It could definitely pierce through his copper skin and iron bones. Originally, Gu Qinsha's cultivation had reached the 3rd transformation, copper skin and iron bones. He also cultivated the Sun-Moon Dragon. The Sun-Moon Dragon scales, Sun-Moon Dragon skin, Sun-Moon Dragon membrane, Sun-Moon Dragon tendon, and Sun-Moon Dragon bones were all a small success. His defense was many times stronger than that of a copper skin and iron bone expert. His strength was also not something that normal Dao realm experts could compare to. But Bao Ming'er was obviously above the 10th transformation. She was much higher than him. She could smash his skull with her finger. Although he didn't know why Bao Ming'er attacked him, he wouldn't joke around with his life. In an instant, he moved back and punched out. This punch was like a caterpillar rolling around on a leaf. It was stupid and clumsy, but when it was punched out, it actually hit Bao Ming'er's finger. Pung! He retreated again and again. He felt as if the energy coming from the other party's fingertips was boundless, shaking his internal organs. However, at this instant, the dragon transformation pagoda in the depths of his dantian moved slightly, absorbing all the energy that had entered his internal organs. Wonderful. After that strike, Bao Ming didn't attack anymore. Instead, he smiled and sat down. I underestimated you. Your fist technique is more than 10 times more exquisite than when you fought Lei Tianwei. You have a real fist technique. If you teach it to a normal person, that person will be able to cultivate it all the way to the third transformation of Dao Realm. These tricks are not worth mentioning to Fairy. Gu Qinsha secretly raised his spirits. Over the past few days, he had diligently cultivated, consulted Luo Wu, read books, and even refined the Dragon Nurturing Heart Sutra in the Dragonization Pagoda to verify it with the Sun and Moon Dragon mystic art. Finally, he had perfected the clumsy fist. Although he was still at the third transformation of the Dao Realm, his cultivation wasn't the same as before. It's not that it's not worth mentioning. Your self-created fist technique looks simple and crude now, but as you continue to perfect it, it will definitely shine in the future. Bao Ming waved her hands. That finger of mine wasn't simple. Although I only used 10% of my strength, even someone at the 7th transformation wouldn't be able to block it so easily. You didn't use armor or sword, and just used martial arts to block it. That is really shocking. If not for the Dragonization Pagoda and my Dantian dispelling the power of that finger, my organs would have been shattered. Gu Qinsha didn't get dizzy from Bao Ming-er's praise. He knew his own strength. Although he had improved over the past few days, he was still far from a true expert. If he didn't use the Demon Descending Blade and the Dragonization Pagoda, he would only be able to fight someone at the 6th transformation of Dao Realm. Of course, with the 3 treasures, he wouldn't be a match for them. He had simulated it many times in his mind. If he faced that shadow priest barehanded, his Xiantian energy might not be able to break through his copper skin iron bone defense. If he faced a 7th transformation expert, it would be tough for him to deal with him. That was because his Xiantian energy could change. It would first wrap around him and then drill into his 7 orifices, destroying his organs. Then, he would definitely die. The Xiantian energy of Dao Realm Transformation 6 wasn't strong, and it could only be used for one attack. The Xiantian energy of Dao Realm Transformation 7 was ever-changing and had many methods. It was tough and soft at the same time, and it was really tough to defend against. Can you spit out the Dragonization Pagoda for me to take a look? Bao Ming requested. Gu Qinsha nodded his head and activated the blood in his Dantian. He opened his mouth and a sesame-sized Dragonization Pagoda appeared in his palm. He injected in some spiritual energy to activate the Dragon Raising Heart technique, and the Dragonization Pagoda became 7 inches big. Bao Ming looked at it carefully and injected in some Xiantian energy. Who knew what technique she used, but the Dragonization Pagoda started to give off the sound of earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning. Then, a pure gold energy current appeared from within, and there were threads of green within it. Dragon energy. Joy appeared on Bao Ming-er's face. It really is the Dragon Transformation Pagoda. Any essence Qi can be transformed and brewed to become Dragon Qi. When this Dragon Qi enters a person's body, they will have the spirit of a dragon, extraordinary intelligence, endless self-improvement, never giving up, tenacity, ability to distinguish between right and wrong, loyalty, and courage. Based on the Imperial Dynasty's talent classification, if a fool absorbs enough dragon energy, he can become a genius. Unfortunately, this pagoda hasn't formed yet. Otherwise, it can turn one into a top genius. If it is the ancient dragon gate, then the living being that enters can become a natural saint. Natural saint, Gu Qinsha exclaimed. He knew how terrifying a natural saint was. Fa Wuxian was an example. He also knew how strong a top genius was. Long Zifei was a top genius and was able to learn any fist technique without a teacher. When they first met, he wasn't at Dao Realm and had only cultivated for a few months. Although he had obtained many resources and absorbed Xuanwu energy, his speed was unbelievable. He was already at Transformation 3, and in a few days, he would be at Transformation 4. The imperial dynasty's talent classification was fool, slightly talented, middle talent, top talent, genius, natural saint, and son of destiny. Gu Qinsha studied this too. For example, if a fool was asked to learn a basic fist technique, he wouldn't be able to. He would be lazy and afraid of hard work. This was a problem with his personality. Even if he ate pills to cleanse his body and increase his strength, he wouldn't be able to achieve much. If he had slightly talented, then he would be able to learn fist techniques and books much faster. He would even be able to learn some of the more profound martial arts. As for middle talent, he would be a little smart. Even if he was born into an ordinary family, he would have an extraordinary aura. Such a person would be able to stand out no matter where he went. He could become an elementary scholar, a high scholar, a rich businessman, a master, or even a grandmaster. Top talent was amazing. These people were formed from the essence of heaven and earth, and their personalities were firm. One look and one would know that they weren't ordinary. As long as they cultivated well, they would be able to reach Tao realm. As for geniuses, there was no need to talk about them. They were born to be wild and unrestrained. No matter what they did, they would be able to be passed down through the ages. When celestial path sects found such people, they had to take them in. As long as they were taught a little, their achievements would be limitless. Top geniuses were rare to appear in hundreds of years. When they appeared, they would definitely shock the heavens and earth. Many of their strengths couldn't be described with words. Celestial path sects searched for them and might not even be able to find one. Natural saints were born from gathering the luck of heaven and earth. Gu Qinsha had only found 2 pills that could change talent. One was the tiger wolf pill, which could allow a fool to have the strength of a tiger and wolf, and also the personality of tiger and wolf. It was the same as changing one's talent to middle talent. Gu Qinsha himself had middle talent. Other than that, there was the 7 sage heart cultivation pill, which could make one smarter. However, the flaws in one's personality, such as laziness, fear of death, self-improvement, and recklessness, could not be changed. But now Bao Ming actually said that dragon energy was even more powerful than the tiger wolf pill and could make one a genius. How powerful was that? Geniuses weren't just about cultivation. They were about understanding the ways of the world, understanding history, and doing well in all aspects. Gu Qinsha thought about it. If he used the Dragon Transformation Pagoda to cultivate dragon energy and infused it into the bodies of his 5,000 soldiers, then all of his soldiers would become geniuses or even unparalleled geniuses. In less than 10 years, it wouldn't be impossible for his power to surpass those sage families. But this was just a thought. The Dragon Transformation Pagoda shouldn't be able to do that. It's a pity that although your Dragon Transformation Pagoda is activated, the dragon energy it produces is very thin. If you want someone to become a genius, it will take at least 10 years. Of course, your cultivation level isn't high enough and you don't know how to use it. It's hard to unleash the true power of the pagoda, and you can't make it evolve. Bao Ming loved the pagoda. It's amazing that it takes 10 years to produce a genius. You should know that even a sage family with 1,000 years of history would find it hard to produce a genius. Gu Qinsha knew this well. He suddenly activated the sun and moon refinement method, and the dragon transformation pagoda shrank and went into his mouth. When it reached his mouth, he didn't swallow it into his dantian. Instead, he sent it into the sun and moon sacrificial altar. You're quite careful. Bao Ming smiled. But it's right not to show such a treasure to others. Anyone would want to steal it. Although you used your blood to refine this treasure, you're still weak. If you meet an expert, they can easily erase the mark on it. I'm not afraid of that. Gu Qinsha said, the laws of the imperial court are here. If you steal a king's treasure, even if you run to the ends of the earth, it's useless. This used to be a big joke. But now, even gods don't dare to do anything. Bao Ming agreed. Goddess, can you be my teacher and teach me the art of refining treasures? Gu Qinsha took out a 7-sage refinement pill. This pill will be your reward. I hope you can open a branch here and help the people in my fief. With this pill as a reward, I'll gladly accept. Bao Ming took it. I can teach you the art of refining treasures for a year. Thank you. Gu Chunsha bowed. Every afternoon, I'll come here to teach you the art of refining treasures for 4 hours. After Bao Ming finished speaking, she flew out and disappeared. Chapter 151. Bao Ming flew out of the land and stood in the air, looking down at the black tortoise rising out of the sea and the vermilion bird shining Sunday. His expression was solemn, and he flew away again. He flew a few thousand miles to the west before stopping on a mountain peak and crushing a talisman. After waiting for half a day, a few black dots appeared in the sky and flew to the top of the mountain. They were actually knights. They were riding on monsters with lion heads and vultures' bodies. They looked ferocious and had a strong aura. They were demons. The knights jumped down and knelt on one knee. Dragon Lord Ji Xiang. How is the teleportation gate over there? Bao Ming'er asked. Everything is ready. We just need to wait for His Majesty, the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor, to come out of seclusion, the leader of the knights said hurriedly. Our Great Wei dynasty is very far from the divine prefecture. We need to build a teleportation formation to reach here. Bao Ming'er looked into the distance. The huge stone wall was faintly discernible. This land has been favored by the heavens since ancient times. It is called the divine prefecture, but it is not something that our court's land can compare to. Dragon Lord, Prince Gu's plan with the barbarians not long ago also failed. He even lost the heavenly dragon spirit gathering flag. How should we deal with this person? The knight reported. Prince Gu is trash. He does not have any strategy. He has cultivated for so long and wasted so many resources. He is only at the 3rd transformation of the Dao realm. Bao Ming'er instructed, but he is a royal descendant. Although his position as a prince is below mine, we still need to wait for His Majesty, the Black-Yellow Dragon Emperor, to come out of seclusion and issue a decree. The title of prince is far inferior to that of a Dragon Lord. Actually, the Dragon Lord can deal with him. If he wants to be promoted to Dragon Lord, he has to surpass Long Huijue and Long Shuiju. Prince Gu is just a human duke. He is still far from the Dragon Duke, which is above that. The knight hurriedly praised. Let's not talk about this. Bao Ming'er said, go back and report. Send some people over. I want to build a branch in the land of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor's 19th son. Dragon Lord found a breakthrough? The knight was overjoyed. This is a great merit. It can't be considered a breakthrough. It's just that this kid doesn't have any powerful forces supporting him, so he's relatively weak and easy to infiltrate. The key is that he has the treasure that I have been searching for many years. If I obtain that treasure, I only need to refine it for a few years, and my strength will increase tenfold, or even 100-fold. Now that the treasure has fallen into this kid's hands, it is like casting pearls before swine. He can only use 1,000th of its power. It is truly a waste. Bao Ming shook his head. With the Dragon Lord strategy, it will be a piece of cake. The knight did not dare to say anything more. By the way, the Dragon Commander of Annihilation wants to ask the Dragon Lord when to carry out the plan in the Myriad Treasure's mysterious gate. This matter is not urgent. Bao Ming said, I've been lurking in the treasury of Myriad Treasure's mysterious gate for 10 years. My foundation is slightly stable, and I've just caught the attention of a few old monsters. If I act hastily, I'm afraid I'll fail on the verge of success, and my years of hard work will be wasted. However, the Heavenly Talisman Emperor has created many opportunities for me. Get the Dragon Commander of Great Destruction to send some materials over and organize a caravan. I need these materials, and he will deliver them to me. As she spoke, she wrote out a list. Yes. Seeing that Bao Ming'er had no further instructions, the knight took his leave. Bao Ming'er stood alone on the peak, once again looking at Gu Chinch's fee from afar, as well as the great stone Great Wall and the Divine Continent in the distance. If the Great Divine Continent can be occupied by the Great Might Dynasty, then I might be able to ascend to the position of God and become immortal. Otherwise, even if I cultivate to the point of immortality, I will still decay and will not truly be immortal. In the study, Gu Qinsha once again entered the space of the altar of sun and moon. He sacrificed his blood, summoned the sun and moon dragon fire, and refined it again. This pagoda had been infused with Xiantian Gang Qi by Bao Ming and he was afraid that it had been tampered with. He had to be on guard. He was originally a meticulous person, and although this pagoda was connected to his heart and blood, and would definitely be able to sense if someone placed a restrictive spell on it. Who was Bao Ming? Her cultivation was more than 10 times his, and she was from the myriad treasures mystical gate, and she was best at refining treasures. How could he detect her methods? However, he hid in the altar of sun and moon, isolated himself from everything, and summoned the sun and moon dragon fire to refine it. This was foolproof. The sun and moon dragon fire was the sacrificial fire of the heavenly Tao, and it could even expel the evil aura left behind by the evil god, let alone Bao Ming-er's limbs. Bao Ming-er was powerful, but compared to the evil god, she was tens of thousands of levels lower. Even a person like Fa Wuxian, who was born to be a saint, was not a true saint. If he encountered the evil god, he would be killed with a flick of a finger. There was no suspense. The sun and moon dragon fire refined the pagoda again and seeped into it. As expected, there were crackling sounds coming from the pagoda. Gu Qinsha's eyes darkened, and he knew that Bao Ming had indeed done something. Bang! As the sun and moon dragon fire burned, green smoke came out of the pagoda and formed a faint talisman. The talisman gathered and did not dissipate. Gu Qinsha hurriedly flipped open the Book of Light to search for the talisman. In less than an hour, he actually found the origin of the talisman. The mighty heavenly dragon Tao is unpredictable, and it has endless transformations. It is a secret of the Great Wei dynasty. Gu Qinsha was very meticulous, and his eyes shone brightly. Bao Ming is actually a person of the Great Wei dynasty, and he has infiltrated the mystic celestial Tao sect. Good move, very powerful. However, if that's the case, there is still a use for it. The Great Wei dynasty has enough Emperor's Qi to sacrifice to the heavenly Tao for me, and I can obtain the next few ultimate techniques of the sun and moonshine together. It is enough for me to comprehend the clumsy fist. He waved his hand to disperse the talisman and swallowed the pagoda again. He secretly circulated his qi and blood and felt that his power had become more refined. He was still thinking about the dragon energy, and it was even more powerful than the tiger-wolf pill. The nature of a tiger and wolf was definitely not comparable to the nature of a dragon. A tiger was just fierce and stern, and a wolf was just tough and fierce. On the other hand, a dragon was constantly striving to become stronger, courageous and diligent, broad-minded, resolute and decisive, and so on. It was almost a combination of all the advantages. Recently, he had been diligent and eager to learn. His mind was quick, and he was calm and not angry when faced with problems. He was deep and courageous, and his morals had gradually become stronger. This was also because he had been nourished by the dragon energy. Looks like I have to learn some knowledge from Bao Ming. Fighting with her in a battle of wits and courage is also a pleasant thing, Gu Qinsha thought to himself. At the same time, in the fief of the seventh prince, the Prince of Law, there was a new conversation going on. Your Highness, this is the blueprint of the mansion. The formation to live in is still being perfected. Mr. Jean reported to Gu Fascia in the secret room of the study. This mansion uses the Qian-Kun intersecting formation as the main layout. It is divided into 36 large formations, 72 small formations, and a number of heavenly spirits and earthly fiends. However, this formation is an ancient magical technique, and the construction is vast. I'm afraid it will take a year and a half to complete, and it will affect the prince's cultivation. In the future, this mansion will be mine, so it has to be exquisitely built. Don't be afraid of wasting money and treasures. The legalist faction can still support this bit of expenditure. Seventh Prince Gu Fascia was really solemn. He sat there without moving and gave off an aura. Those old fellows from the legalist faction supported me on the surface, but in truth, they they didn't put in much effort. They still care about Fa Wuxian. But this time, Father gave them some pressure, and they had no choice but to use materials to build the formation in my fief. All of this doesn't matter. Recently, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I can't break through no matter what. Your Highness wants to break through to Tao Realm Transformation 10 and do 1,000 things at once, right? Then, you won't be able to break through no matter what. You really are an elder of Xiantian, Everlasting Xian Sect. As expected from the Xiantian, Everlasting Xian Sect's elder. You definitely have a good idea. Gu Fascia was delighted. Your Highness, there are some things that I don't know if I should say. Mr. Jin's expression became more solemn. Gu Fascia said, just say it. Okay. Mr. Jin sat cross-legged. Your Highness's talent was above average. Based on cultivation, you would at most step into Tao Realm Transformation 1 or 2. But you obtained benefits that normal people wouldn't be able to get. You broke through the restrictions of Xiantian and reached the 9 transformation glass J body that is already going against the heavens. Enough. Gafasa was infuriated. Talent, it's talent again. I've heard those old guys from the school of legalism say it many times. I don't believe in talent. As long as there are treasures, pills, and formations, even a stupid pig can become a monster. Your Highness's heart is filled with fire. That is talent. Mr. Jin wasn't shocked at all and said calmly, don't be annoyed when you face problems, don't get impatient when you face obstacles, and never admit defeat. That is talent. Pills can only strengthen your body and soul, but they can't change your personality. Since ancient times, many people obtained fortuitous encounters and became top experts. But their personalities didn't match their strength, and in the end, they fell. If a genius heard this, he would think about it calmly and accept it humbly. He would use his unyielding will to break through. Even if he couldn't break through in the end, he would accept it happily. But His Highness finally couldn't suppress it anymore. With such a personality, his cultivation will end here. Then what should we do? Gu Fascia was covered in sweat. Slowly sharpen his mind. There might be a chance, but the hope is still slim. Talent is determined by the heavens. Mr. Jin sighed. If we can get the primordial dragon gate and absorb the dragon energy, we can change our talent. Apart from that, there's also the Dragonization Tower. Dragonization Tower. Gu Fascia's eyes lit up. I've already heard that the chaotic, demonic ape temple obtained this tower. After countless refinements and sacrifices, it has been nourished by divine power. But recently, the chaotic, demonic ape temple lost a large amount of treasures, including this tower and the 7 Saint Heart refining pill. Ol 19 has a large amount of this pill, and all the signs show that the tower is in his hands. That's what I want to say, Mr. Jin said. Mr. Jin said, I went to see his land. Xuanwu Ocean, a god beast, is there, and it is not a small place. I thought that Fa Wuxian would be able to get the egg back, but Lu Baiwe forced him to retreat. Lu Baiwe. Gu Fascia's expression was really ugly. Lu Chongxiao wants to get close to me, but she doesn't give me any face at all. Fa Wuxian even said that she has cultivated the great slaughtering god technique, and that I am no match for her. One must know that she's only at Tao Realm 6 transformation, and I am at 9 transformation. Allow me to be direct. Mr. Jin said, the great slaughtering god technique is #1 in killing. After Lu Baiwe cultivates it and uses the god slaughtering energy, even at 6 transformation, 3 lords won't be her match. If she reaches 7 transformation, then even 10 lords won't be able to handle her. Mr. Jin, you are provoking me with your words. Gu Fascia's rage rose up in his heart, but it dissipated and he smiled bitterly. When did His Highness lose his anger? His talent has also been honed. Mr. Jin said, but if the Dragon Transformation Tower is in Prince 19's hands, then we have to think of a way to get it. If we can get it, not only will His Highness's cultivation increase, but his men will also become geniuses. I have to get it. Gu Fascia clenched his fists. 19 really is not simple. He even has an ancient pill, like the Tiger Wolf pill, to raise a large number of talents. Don't underestimate them. They have the personality of tigers and wolves. Chapter 152. Although I'm a prince, the legalists don't give me many resources. They still see me as an outsider. Glyph knew that the legalists wouldn't give him the real good things. They would nurture the core disciples. Of course, Mr. Jean agreed. After all, your surname is Gu, not legalism. If it wasn't for the heavenly talisman emperor ruling the world and suppressing the immortals and gods, and a weak emperor, your highness wouldn't even be comparable to the lowest disciple of the legalists. The legalists are a sage family, so they have the confidence. I don't expect anything from the legalists. F.A. Wuxian looks down on me. In the world, only Father can make him fear me. Glyph was annoyed. If I can use this person, there won't be any injustice in the world. F.A. Wuxian is a natural-born sage. There's no need to think about subduing him. Even gods won't submit to him. Mr. Jean pondered. It's not hard for your highness to make use of the legalists. You can use the primordial tree's fruit. Ow! Glyph's body moved. Send a letter to the patriarch of the legalism clan, saying that he's willing to give the fruit of the primordial mist tree to F.A. Wuxian, as long as F.A. Wuxian could temporarily be a guest retainer for a year. I've taken a look, and no expert of the legalism clan is as valuable as him. Mr. Jean said, with a year's time, many things can be done. Do I really have to give the fruit to F.A. Wuxian? Glyph was puzzled. He's a natural-born sage. If he eats the fruit, he'll probably become a sage in the future. Won't I have to submit to him? How can I be willing? How could it be so simple? First, we have to destroy the temple of Mahanada. Only then will the majestic emperor bestow the fruits. That alone is more than enough for F.A. Wuxian. Also, F.A. Wuxian isn't sincere. In fact, he even wants to challenge the majestic emperor. Mr. Jean was disdainful. Even if he's a natural-born sage, it's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Why did the emperor give the primordial trees fruit? He wants to lure the legalists into his trap. We have to discuss this carefully. Glyph nodded slowly. The most important thing now is to get the Dragon Transformation Tower. It still depends on F.A. Wuxian. Mr. Jean took out the intel. I went to gather intel and realized that there are many experts in Prince 19's land. Even if I went personally, I wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. Your Highness, take a look. These are the arrangements of the experts. First, Yiming has the Dao Realm 9 Transformation Glass Jade body, and his cultivation isn't lower than yours. Apart from that, there was Shi Zhongchan, Jusher Marquis' son, who was at Samadhi True Flame. Apart from that, there was also Poison Sex Wang Ji and Lan Qi. The two of them were at Dao Realm 6, and were about to reach 7. Of course, that's not all. The most terrifying one is still that child, Long Zai-Fei. Your Highness, do you know that he's a peerless genius? I know this child. He once fell into Boss's hands. I don't know why Boss didn't kill him. Glyph was in deep thought. An unparalleled genius. As long as he is given time, he will grow extremely quickly. It will be unimaginable. My mansion doesn't have such a talent. This kind of person can only be found by chance. That's not all. Mr. Jean said, currently, Prince 19 has already invited Luo Wu to build a branch courtyard in his fief. They're both working together. I've been observing from afar for the past few days. The vermilion bird formation and the black tortoise emerging from the sea are resonating with each other, and even the earth veins and weather phenomena are changing. Forgive me for being blunt, but Prince 19's business in his fief has Long Yuyun and Frosty Jade due as support. He's selling all kinds of goo poison sect medicinal pills, nurturing doctors, treating illnesses, and opening a medical center. Just this alone is comparable to all of His Highness's businesses. Apart from that, the land veins are slowly changing to plant herbs, fire dates, and other trees. His income far exceeds yours. Luo Wu also helps him recruit celestial experts. If we don't include the legalist school, his strength has probably exceeded yours. I was also worried about that. I didn't expect that 2 people from Poison Sect would actually be able to develop so many pills and earn so much money. Glyph frowned. I didn't expect it either. The poison sect has always been in hiding and doesn't dare to show up. Even the celestial cultivator's impression of them is that they refine poison to harm people. Mr. Jean had a regretful expression. I didn't expect them to treat people and save people. Their pills are also amazing. They might not be useful to us, but to ordinary people, they can save their lives and strengthen their bodies. In addition, the wilderness has no lack of poisonous insects. It's like a treasure trove for them to transport. We can't let him develop any further. Glyph Shah slammed the table. How long has it been? It's only been a year, and he's already risen so strongly. What will happen if he has another 3 to 5 years? Not to mention 3 to 5 years. Even if he has another year, His Highness won't be able to compare. Mr. Jean said, "You should know that his trump cards are the Dragonization Pagoda, the Black Tortoise Divine Beast Egg, and the 7 Sacred Heart Refinement Pill. These are things that His Highness can't possibly have." Damn it. Back then, I took the Great Spirit God's Ring, the Devil Warding Robe, and the Spell Breaker Immortal Sword. I didn't expect him to have so many fortuitous encounters. Do you think Father is helping him? Glyph Shah felt very uncomfortable. I can't rule out that possibility. Mr. Jean said, "His Majesty's methods are unpredictable and hard to predict. We can only take it step by step." Glyph Shah thought about it and couldn't think of a solution. He weighed the strength of his subordinates and realized that they really couldn't compare to Guchen Shah. Although he was a prince, he had worked hard over the years and had some experts under him. He didn't lack people in the Tao realm, but at most, there were only 3 or 4 transformations. Those who cultivated Sciention earth energy were like wild cranes, free and unrestrained. They wouldn't be restricted by the prince unless the prince offered a good price. Only someone like Guchen Shah, who had stolen half of the demonic ape temple's wealth, could afford to hire experts. In Guchen's fief, the purple energy turned into mist and condensed into balls that didn't dissipate. Within the purple energy, there was also red energy. In the giant castle, there were many fire date trees and purple-green celestial peach trees. The fire date trees grew really quickly, and in a month they bore many fruits. The fire date trees strengthened the body and were much better than the Herculean bull meat. However, they had to be grown in a place with spiritual energy and had to be carefully nurtured. But now, this wasn't a place where spiritual energy gathered, but a place where celestial energy gathered. The celestial energy and the veins of the earth merged, and the soil on the ground turned purple. When one touched it, there was actually a crystallizing smell. In the long run, this castle would become really indestructible. At that moment, Gu Chansha was learning treasure refining techniques. Bao Ming'er was teaching him. There are 3 types of treasure refining techniques: blood refining, energy refining, and spiritual sense. Blood refining is the blood refining technique. Over time, the treasure refining technique and the spiritual sense will be able to communicate. Bao Ming'er took out a dagger and demonstrated the blood refining technique will nurture the treasure spirit. This technique is taught by consuming one's own blood essence. Qi refining is different. It is instilling innate earth qi into the material and using various techniques to carve the formation. As for spiritual sense, it is the primordial spirit that tempers the material. Regardless of what Bao Ming'er's goal was, it was true that she was imparting knowledge to him. Guchen's eyes didn't move. Part of his treasure refining technique came from the sun and moon refining technique and the books he read. Other than that, he also learned from Yi Ming, Luo Wu, and the others. But these people weren't good at refining treasures. Bao Ming'er came from many treasure mysterious sect and started cultivating to refine treasures. He even cultivated his body to be refined like a treasure. Originally, my many treasure mysterious sect had a technique called the undying treasure body. It refined one's bones, skin, flesh, blood, heart, and lungs like treasures. After cultivating to Tao Realm Transformation 4, one swallowed metal, jade, and all sorts of treasures. In the end, one wouldn't have a flesh and blood body, but a treasure body. If one faced such a person, one would be really terrifying. One's fist technique would be able to pierce through everything. Bao Ming continued to teach. All sorts of techniques, theories, and slight changes were analyzed in detail. Gu Chansha and the sun and moon refining technique were interconnected, and he noticed many intricacies. Apart from that, he realized that the sun and moon dragon was similar to the undying treasure body. He didn't comprehend much of the Son of Heaven God sealing technique, but now that he was being taught properly and combined with what Luo Wu taught him, he comprehended something new. Vital energy surged in his body and circulated around one another, nourishing his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Along with the dragon raising heart technique, when he used it, he felt like there were many small dragons crawling about in his body. It seems like I will reach Tao Realm Transformation 4 in the next few days. Gu Qinsha knew about his own cultivation. Once he reached Tao Realm Transformation 4, he would be able to pierce through the Xiantian energy of normal experts. If I cultivate Xiantian energy, I will be able to use many things, especially the King Dragon Armor and Demon Descending Blade. The Dragon Transformation Tower will be able to use energy to refine them. The reason they are so strong is because you fed them with the best natural treasures. If my guess is correct, it should be the ancient heavenly dew. What a pity, what a waste. If I could use the heavenly dew to craft magical treasures, then the power of the armor and sword would be many times greater. Bao Ming sighed. You have so many natural treasures, but they are all wasted. You have so many natural treasures, Bao Ming sighed. You have so many natural treasures, but they are all wasted. My sword and armor can gather original spirits, because they have fused with the fragments of the heavenly demonic relic. However, I feel that they haven't played their intended role. Logically speaking, the essence of the ancient heavenly demonic relic is vigorous. This armor and the sword's ability to swallow and spit are not that simple. What? Bao Ming was shocked. You actually merged the shard into the sword and armor. What a waste. Fairy, what do you want to teach me? Gu Chansha asked. Pass the sword and armor to me. Bao Ming reached out. With a thought, Gu Chansha caused the King Dragon Armor and Demon Descending Blade to turn into 2 small dragons that flew into Bao Ming's hands. He wasn't afraid of her doing anything. Although the sword and armor were magical, they were far from the Dragon Transformation Tower. Bao Ming touched the 2 small dragons. Her eyes opened wide and a bright light shot out. Then, threads of Xiantian energy appeared on her hands and seeped into the sword armor. Chapter 153. Khanate Chi transforms into primordial spirit. Meridians appear. The Khanate Chi from Bao Ming's hands was dark green. Gu Chansha recognized it as Khanate Ewood Green Chi, which was good at healing and nourishing. Your sword and armor have formed primordial spirits, but they don't have meridians. That's the opposite. Cultivating Dharma treasures requires first strengthening their essence, then carving arrays on them. After a long time, you can use Khanate Chi to clear the meridians and form them like humans. Then, you can pour spirit Chi into them and let them circulate on their own. Over time, they could develop intelligence. But your sword armor is the opposite. It doesn't even have meridians, and you used heavenly demon relics to attach it. It's like a deformed child. Your cultivation hasn't reached the point where you can refine Dharma treasures to clear meridians, so I'll spend some energy to help you refine it and learn. Bao Ming had spent a lot of effort to gain Gu Chencha's trust. 12 meridians, 8 extraordinary meridians, Dantian Sea of Qi. Bao Ming helped the sword and armor form meridians and Dantian like humans. In an instant, Gu Chansha felt that the sword armor was different. It was much more agile. Originally, it absorbed spirit Qi slowly, and spirit Qi had to be fused with its own materials. But now, the sword and armor were wriggling together. The absorbed spirit Qi automatically flowed through the newly formed meridians and finally gathered in the Dantian. It was nurtured, compressed, and rotated as if it was about to form a pill. Done. Bao Ming tossed the sword and armor over. Gu Chen's mind moved again. He felt that the sword armor was not only sturdier, but also more agile and flexible. It was more closely aligned with his mind. Now that the sword armor has meridians and dantian, it can cultivate on its own. It's the first step to becoming a demon or immortal. Of course, this is far from enough. The next step is to match the acupoints of a human body with the stars in the sky, and chisel acupoints in the meridians. But this takes a lot of time. Even I would need decades of hard work. Bao Ming had used up a lot of energy. You'll have to refine it yourself. Thank you. Gu Chensha felt the meridians and dantian in the sword armor and compared them with his own spirit chi. Today's lesson ends here. Bao Ming said, I have already ordered people to purchase all kinds of materials and build a branch nearby. I hope that prince will take care of it. That's great. Gu Chensha was overjoyed. I'll go arrange it right away. Fairy only needs to give the order. I will send someone to talk to your subordinates later. Bao Ming nodded and disappeared. Looking at her disappearing figure, Gu Chensha knew that this woman's cultivation was unfathomable, and he was no match for her. However, the knowledge he learned from her was also true. Gu Chensha was still worried and continued to condense the sword and armor on the sun-moon sacrificial altar. The sun and moon dragon fire burned, but there were no restrictions on them. Only then did he realize that Bao Ming had ulterior motives. Although the sword armor was magical, what she cared about was the dragon transformation pagoda. He put away his sword and armor and stroked the black tortoise's egg. My dear, you've eaten so many 7 sacred heart refining pills and heavenly demon relic fragments. I wonder when you'll truly hatch. You should know that many forces are eyeing you covetously right now. If something happens to the imperial court, it'll be very difficult for me to protect you. The black tortoise baby in the black tortoise egg seemed to hear Gu Chen's words and transmitted a thought. Father, don't worry. Although I haven't completely shed my shell, I still have supernatural powers. As long as Father can feed me the sun and moon dragon blood, I will grow faster than expected. However, the person who came last time was very terrifying. He wanted to capture me, but I couldn't do anything to him. Are you talking about F.A. Wuxian? Gu Chensha asked. Yes, that person. Unless I truly shed my shell, I won't be able to fight him. However, his potential is very great. His aptitude is even better than us divine beasts. The black tortoise baby's thought was also very wary. Then is there no way to deal with this person? Gu Chensha also felt that F.A. Wuxian was impossible to defeat. Even though he had cultivated a personality that would never admit defeat, when he thought of F.A. Wuxian, he still felt a sense of helplessness. He felt that no matter how much he improved, he would never be able to surpass this person. This was because his opponent's improvement was faster than his. There's no way to deal with him. The black tortoise baby thought for a long time. In my inherited memories, this kind of person is destined to become a saint. A saint is an existence even more powerful than a god. Even saints can fall. Gu Chensha was very calm. The saints that have existed since ancient times have not existed to this day. Saints aren't dead. They have transformed into some kind of rule and become one with the heavenly Tao. Of course, you can also say that they are dead, just not completely dead. From time to time, their spirits will appear. They appear in the world along with the wishes of all living beings. For example, if there are many descendants of a saint, they worship them year after year, month after month. With the accumulation of wishes, a portion of their strength will appear. The black tortoise baby seemed to be very familiar with the saints. This was a memory that came from the ancient inheritance. So that's how it is. This is the difference between saints and gods. Gods truly exist, but saints are truly one with some kind of rule. They will only occasionally appear. Gu Chensha understood a few things once again. After that, the black tortoise baby went silent, as if it had fallen asleep again. The talisman on the eggshell also stopped moving. Gu Chensha could only use the sun and moon dragon blood to draw talismans and imprint them on the eggshell, so that the black tortoise baby could quickly shed its shell. Recently, the density of the sun and moon dragon blood had increased. The blood that seeped out shone brightly even in the darkness, showing 5 colors. Every drop of blood had talismans and small dragons swimming around. It was not human blood at all. It was incomparably mysterious. If it was a normal sword, just one drop would be able to turn it into a weapon. It was even more magical than sky dew. But he used sky dew as food, so his blood was like sky dew that had been refined. Just like that, Gu Qinsha listened to Bao Ming-er's lessons every day. Summer passed and autumn came. The weather in the wilderness became colder, and there weren't as many poisonous bugs as there were in summer. Gu Qinsha listened to the lessons for 2 to 3 months and understood all sorts of treasure refining techniques. He was also familiar with clumsy fist, sun-moon refining, sun-moon transformation, sun-moon slaying, sun-moon dragon, etc. Although he wasn't able to break through to Tao realm transformation it was just a matter of time. During this period of time, Bao Ming built a branch here. It was in the shape of a green dragon, and the palace was in the shape of a dragon. The surrounding forest was lush and lush, forming a formation. There were many layers of formations, and the trees could even release green energy currents. This was the Eastern Ewood Green Dragon Formation. It was similar to Luwu's Vermilion Bird Fire Formation and Xuanwu Ocean Formation. They nourished one another and connected to the veins. Master, on this day, Gu Qinsha was circulating the qi and blood in his body to nourish his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Yiming came up to report all sorts of things. Long Zaifei has already cultivated the innate Gang Qi. Lu Yu and the others have also reached the 5th transformation of the Tao realm. Wang Ji and Lan Qi have also reached Tao realm transformation 7. They're really loyal, so I gave them 2 7 Saint Heart cultivation pills. They swore on their lives and swore to be loyal to you. In the first half of the year, we have sold over 5 million pills to treat illnesses. So much. What is the net profit? Gu Qinsha asked. The net profit is 5 million. This is after deducting the various expenses. My godson is making a record, and there are hundreds of people in the accounting room. Yiming said, What? This is pure profit? So profitable? Gu Qinsha underestimated Gu Poison Sect's method of earning money. Master, it is just too profitable. For example, normal scorpions, spiders, and centipedes. They just feed them, scatter some powder, and after swallowing one another, they will turn poison into treasures. Our best sellers are the blood cleansing pill and poison cleansing pill. We are in short supply now, Yiming said. Gu Qinsha knew that the blood cleansing pill and poison cleansing pill would remove impurities from one's body, leaving only pure energy. Anyone could consume it. What about those plants? Gu Qinsha looked outside. The clouds were thick, and there seemed to be red energy, purple energy, and green energy intersecting. It was really a paradise in the human world, a treasured land. Fire dates mature really quickly, and their quality is much better than normal ones. As for the purple-green celestial peaches, that is normal. Yiming explained in detail, as if he was counting his family treasures. As for the other blood mushroom, vermilion fruit, levitation grass, and other spiritual herbs, their growth was gratifying. However, they were all handed over to the medical hall to be refined into pills. They were included in the 5 million profit. Apart from that, what other income do we have? Gu Qinsha thought for a while. Aren't we working with Bao Ming-er's subordinates to make money by refining treasures? This amount of income is relatively small. Refining magic treasures is not that simple. Yiming said, however, the white tiger adamantine saber and horn dragon armor in our warehouse are both showing signs of transformation. I brought 2 of them with me. As he spoke, he took out the white tiger adamantine saber and horn dragon armor. Gu Qinsha reached out and touched the huge saber. He realized that there were purple crystals on the saber. They seeped into the saber and formed cloud patterns. He knew that the saber had been in the warehouse for a long time and had been nourished by immortal energy. It was likely to evolve. The horn dragon armor was the same. Purple energy seeped into it and its structure changed. It was showing signs of evolving into the horned dragon armor. It seemed like it would evolve into the horned dragon armor after half a year. Let's go and see Long Zai Fei. Gu Qinsha stood up and walked to the martial training hall with Yi Ming. As expected, Long Zai Fei and Lu Yu were sparring. Each finger of Long Zai Fei's would give off Xiantian energy, which was really condensed. He was actually able to reach thousands of steps away. Moreover, he was really quick. Amazing, as expected from a top genius. They are both at Dao Realm Transformation 6, but Long Zai Fei is dozens of times stronger than Yu Ba and Shadow Priest. Gu Qinsha was shocked. Greetings, benefactor. Greetings, king. The six of them knelt on one knee. There is no need to be so polite. Gu Qinsha said right away, Long Zai Fei, I didn't expect your cultivation to be so quick. You were able to reach Dao Realm Transformation 6 so quickly. Benefactor, this place is filled with the essence of heaven and earth. There are god beasts here, and celestial energy and earth veins have merged together. I absorb this energy day and night. If I don't improve, then how can I face you? Long Zai Fei's tone was really calm, and he had the demeanor of an expert. Not bad, but you still need to improve and reach Dao Realm Transformation 7. At that time, you will have many methods. Gu Qinsha knew the gap between Dao Realm Transformation 6 and Dao Realm Transformation 7. These few days, Uncle Lu Yu and the others headed to the chaotic world Demon Ape God Temple to train. We killed a few demon apes and obtained their nadens. I'm about to give them to Benefactor. Long Zai Fei said. Very good. Training is a really easy way to improve. Gu Qinsha nodded his head, but you have to pay attention to safety. King, we're just a step away from breaking through to Dao Realm Transformation 6 and cultivating Xiantian energy. The swords in the hands of the five of them actually became smaller. They were as thin as threads and moved according to their hearts. They flowed up and down and even gave out all sorts of light to protect their bodies. The swords in their hands absorbed large amounts of celestial energy and earth veins. After being refined by the heaven dew, they automatically swallowed and spat out spiritual energy. Cultivating here for half a year was the same as cultivating outside for dozens of years. Chapter 154. Gu Qinsha's refinement skills were much better than before. After learning from Bao Ming for a few months with his memory and comprehension ability, he had some achievements. Although he was restricted by his realm and didn't have Xiantian earth energy, he still had the ability to identify treasures. When he saw the 5 swords, he felt that the quality of the swords was far above the King Dragon armor and Demon Descending Blade. After all, they were ancient swords and had both offense and defense. Gu Qinsha felt that Lu Yu and the other 4 were really strong. Even Dao Realm Transformation 6 or 7 wouldn't be able to do anything to them. This was because when Long Zai Fei used his Xiantian earth energy, it was blocked by the sword light. Lu Yu and the other 4 were really talented and could even be considered geniuses and geniuses. They were only slightly weaker than Long Zai Fei. With Gu Qinsha's eyes, their talents were really shocking and they were much stronger than him. Back then, we were just commoners in the mortal world. Lu Yu and the other 4 exclaimed. In just a short year, King groomed us into true experts and stepped into the celestial path. If not for King, we would still be wandering the world. That isn't the case. All of you are lucky. Gu Qinsha waved his hands. Right, Long Zai Fei, how is your sister's cultivation? My sister has reached Dao Realm Transformation 4. Unfortunately, she can't absorb earth vein celestial energy and Xuanwu energy. Otherwise, she would be able to cultivate Xiantian earth energy. Long Zai Fei hurriedly reported. A few days ago, Elder Sister led the troops to completely settle down Dragon Sword Island and reached an agreement with Ocean Rock Island. Elder Sister Jade Frost Dew has also convinced many conservative factions to prepare to accept the Imperial Court's enlistment. If Your Highness permits, I am prepared to make a trip overseas and help Your Highness complete the enlistment. Now, Long Zifei was learning to manage many things. He was really a talent. The first prince won't let this go so easily. The enlistment has to be done slowly. We need to plan carefully. Gu Qinsha waved his hands. Your mission is to help out in the manor and train your skills. If you can reach Dao Realm Transformation 7, I can allow you to head out. Many thanks, benefactor. Long Zifei promptly saluted. Your Royal Highness, I think we can recruit more people. Lu Yu said, now that the finances are loose, it's a good time to recruit people and expand our influence. That works too. Gu Qinsha thought for a moment. I'll leave this matter to you. I'd rather have someone with poor aptitude than someone with good aptitude who harbors evil intentions. I have the tiger wolf pill that can increase aptitude. Yes. Lu Yu obeyed. The tiger wolf pill could turn an idiot into an intermediate talent, which was very impressive. With intermediate talent, as long as he had the pill, he could definitely cultivate to become a martial master. Your Highness, our princess has a message for you. She hopes that you can go to her fief. There is something important to discuss. At this moment, San Xiang walked in. Shui Xiang, Mei Xiang, and Si Xiang had already entered the Dao realm. Moreover, they were at the second transformation of the Dao realm, the 9 bulls and 2 tigers realm. However, compared to Lu Yu and the others, they were far inferior. What is it? Gu Qinsha asked. The princess didn't say, but she insisted that His Highness make a trip, San Xiang said. Since that is the case, it must be something big. Gu Qinsha and Lu Baiwei were in an alliance now. I will leave immediately. All of you stay here and guard it, especially the Xuanwu egg. Don't let outsiders touch it. Yes, Lu Yu and the others had some ability now. If the 5 of them worked together and combined their swords, they could probably kill a 9th transformation expert. Gu Qinsha activated the King Dragon armor and flew into the sky. Then, he hid his body and blended perfectly with the sky. He flew quickly. With the speed of the King Dragon armor, even Yi Ming couldn't compare to him. The King Dragon armor had been refined many times, and it even had 8 meridians, 12 main meridians, and a Dantian energy ocean. The spiritual energy was circulating within, making it even more magical. The spiritual consciousness was circulating according to a fixed pattern, never stopping. The King Dragon armor's concealment ability had also been greatly improved. It perfectly displayed the characteristics of the illusionary snake. Not only was it colorless, it didn't even have any smell or fluctuation. To outsiders, it was just a vacuum. The mountains, rivers, and earth were all far away. Looking down from the sky, from inside the pass to outside the pass, the construction was still in full swing. The roads were like a chessboard, extending into the distance. Mountains and forests were flattened. Giant logs and ores were transported into the pass to be stored as strategic resources. Many railways were being laid, iron carriages rumbled, and all kinds of people and horses were densely packed. At this moment, the entire area of 7,000 to 8,000 li outside the pass had become a huge, densely populated area. The prosperity of trade and the abundance of resources had begun to surpass the capital. Moreover, the houses were tall and wide, the roads were smooth and tidy, and the market was clean and tidy. It was a brand new look of the city. Many people inside the pass didn't want to go back after living here for a period of time. This was the construction of the Heavenly Designer Institution. It was like building a palace in heaven on earth instead of city. In the past, people were unwilling to enter the wilderness. The army also lacked supplies and couldn't stay for long. But now, the Heavenly Talisman Emperor was advancing step by step, turning this place into a densely populated area. Not only did he not deplete the national strength, he even strengthened it. In the past year, countless resources were transported into the national treasury, and the wealth of the people was also accumulated. The wilderness was like a treasure trove. Once it was developed, the overall strength of the Great Yonko would increase by tens of times. From afar, Gu Qinsha could see that the fate of the Great Yonko was wrapped in pure gold, resembling a kingdom of heaven on earth. After flying for 4 hours, he saw that Lu Baiyue's conferred land was also being constructed in a large scale. However, compared to his conferred land, it was still inferior. Lu Baiyue's clan's wealth was not bad, but compared to the nouveau riche Gu Chunsha, it still couldn't compare. However, the castle that she lived in was already completed. It was surrounded by rivers, and jade belts passed by. Between the pavilions, there were all sorts of fake mountains. There was a man-made desert scenery, mountains and seas, small bridges and rivers. It was as though the entire land was shrunk into the castle. This is the mountain and mountain state formation. Its defense is average, and so is the spirit gathering. But when one lives in it, one's heart will be broad, and the world will be in one's chest. It will cultivate one's heart and mind. It is far from what my black tortoise formation can compare to. Gu Chunsha had some understanding of this feng shui formation. Give up on defense, give up on spirit gathering, and just develop one's heart and temperament. If an expert came, it would be easy for them to sneak into the residence and cause trouble. As for Gu Chunsha's black tortoise formation, it was like a turtle shell snake formation. There were also 9 treasures staring at it in the dark. Even an army wouldn't be able to break through, and it could even be used as a giant fortress. Just as he was about to land, a person charged into the air and appeared beside him. It was Lu Baiyue. She actually noticed him from below. You actually cultivated to Tao Realm 7 transformation. Gu Chunsha noticed that Lu Baiyue was able to use her Xiantian earth energy to fly into the air. This was obviously the Tao Realm 7 transformation. I have to thank you for your 7 Saint Heart cultivation pill. Lu Baiyue looked at the armor on Gu Chunsha's body. Your armor is becoming more and more amazing. It has the 8 meridians, 12 main meridians, and Dantian energy ocean. Bao Ming, should have helped you, right? You have been really close with her recently. Bao Ming has bad intentions. If my guesses are correct, she should be from Great Wei Dynasty. Gu Chunsha didn't hide anything. What? Lu Baiyue was shocked. She looked at Gu Chunsha's expression, and it didn't seem like he was lying. How did you know? I've caught all the clues that she's revealed. Gu Chunsha told her about the Dragon Transformation Tower. He wasn't afraid of exposing the secret in front of Lu Baiyue. This girl isn't simple. She might be an enemy of the Imperial Dynasty. Great Wei Dynasty is eyeing the Imperial Dynasty aggressively, and we can't underestimate them. Lu Baiyue praised Gu Chunsha for being so attentive. You really are amazing. Since that is the case, then we can make use of this girl. Your castle is actually built into the country formation, but it lacks defense. If enemies invade, it will be tough to defend. Gu Chunsha asked, I'm not afraid of experts invading. Lu Baiyue said, I have cultivated to Tao Realm 7 transformation. Even if 9 or 10 transformation experts come, they will be killed by me in one strike. Lu Baiyue, who had cultivated the great massacre god technique, actually had the confidence to say such words. I lived my life in the north and south, returning with white hair and a white face, sleeping in the autumn night, the mountains and rivers in front of me. Gu Chunsha recited, looking at your residence, the aura is vast. It really is the mountains and rivers in front of me. Your Majesty's poem is really desolate. It was written when he was traveling around and saw the god continent shatter. Lu Baiyue said, I use the intent within to build the country formation to nourish the majestic aura in my chest. With my cultivation, I don't need to gather spiritual energy. I have learned something once more. Gu Chunsha nodded his head. Right. Why did you tell San Xiang to find me? Follow me. Lu Baiyue flew into the distance. It was already a mountain range, and there were no signs of humans. Gu Chunsha followed closely behind and noticed that Lu Baiyue was flying really quickly. The Xiantian energy around her was spinning, and it was endless. Even his king dragon armor couldn't keep up. As they flew, the sky started to darken. The fog was so thick that it was hard to see north, south, east, and west. Gu Chunsha didn't think much of it. He knew that this was a normal phenomenon in the wilderness. The weather in the wilderness was always changing. The fog in the mountains sometimes covered the sky and the sun, covering thousands of miles of land. In short, it wasn't strange to see any changes in the weather and geography in the wilderness. Flying into the fog, Lu Baiwe went deeper. Another 2 hours passed, but she still hadn't flown out of the fog. It's up ahead. She landed on a huge mountain. In the thick fog, one couldn't see their fingers in front of them. There seemed to be monsters hiding in the fog. It was frighteningly quiet. Gu Qinsha had the king dragon armor to protect him, so he didn't panic. Crack! The two of them landed on the ground. The ground was covered with piles of bones. It was unknown how many years they had been here, but they all shattered with a slight thud. Gu Qinsha saw that these bones were of both humans and beasts. They seemed to cover the whole mountain. "What is this place?" he asked quickly. Chapter 155. The Flesh and Bones of a Fallen God. Gu Qinsha's heart jumped. He was someone who benefited greatly. He obtained the evil god's flesh and blood from Gu Hongsha's residence. There were 3 barrels of heaven dew, and now there were only 2 left. This piece of flesh and blood allowed him to improve by leaps and bounds. If not for the heaven dew, how would the king dragon armor and demon descending blade have reached such a stage? As for the bones of a god, they were even more extraordinary. For example, the Great Spirit God Ring was a finger bone that the Great Spirit God left in the human world. Not only did it form its own space, but it also had many abilities. If he could obtain more God's flesh and blood, he could use other methods to merge and refine it, causing his sun-moon dragon body to instantly reach large success. He could stabilize his foundations and break through to Tao Realm Transformation 4, or even 5. He could even step into Xiantian energy. The god's flesh and blood was really strong, and normal experts couldn't refine it. But he had the sun-moon altar and could summon the sun-moon dragon flame to suppress the evil god's flesh and blood. The evil god's flesh and blood was only 1,000th of its strength when it was at its peak. Right, this place is covered in fog, and there are thousands of mountains. Even if someone at Tao Realm Transformation 10 enters, they won't be able to find their way out. But my great massacre god technique can see through all obstacles, even the twisting of space and time. Lu Baiwe said, "Then, why did you call me over? My cultivation is low, and I can't help much in such a dangerous place." Gu Qinsha was confused. "Your cultivation isn't low." Lu Baiwe smiled. "At least with your sword and armor, even Tao Realm Transformation 9 and 10 might not be able to block you. You also have many hidden methods. How can someone who can steal treasures from the chaotic world, demon, ape, god, temple be ordinary? I am definitely not your match now." Gu Qinsha smiled bitterly. "Of course, but this has nothing to do with me. It's all because of the wonders of your majesty's great slaughtering god technique and great devouring god technique." Lu Baiwe stretched out her hand. "Also, you have to be careful. The fog here is highly toxic and has a demonic nature. The space here is also a little distorted. If we take a wrong step, we might fall into it and never come out again. So, you have to be careful. Of course, there are many benefits to this place. You'll find out later." Kacha kacha. Just as Lu Baiwe was speaking, Gu Qinsha felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapse. Many skeletons rushed in, and there was a suction force trying to suck him into the ground. He quickly activated the king dragon armor and flew up. However, a skeletal hand stretched out from the collapsed area and grabbed at an extremely fast speed, pulling Gu Qinsha's leg down. Gu Qinsha flew upwards and saw a skeleton being brought out. The skeleton's body was as white as jade, and it was as tough as steel. When it moved, it was really strong. Although it couldn't break his king dragon armor, it felt like its strength was comparable to the 9 bulls and 2 tigers realm. God's slaughtering energy seal. At that moment, Lu Baiwe attacked. She waved her hand, and dense black energy landed on the skeleton's body. Instantly, the jade-like skeleton was covered with dense black magical symbols. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton became obedient, and its head drooped. Unexpectedly, it had become Lu Baiwe's puppet. "What is this thing?" Gu Qinsha looked at the skeleton and used his fingers to tap it. It actually gave out a sound that was even deeper than steel. It was really firm and was on the same level as a Tao Realm Transformation 3 expert. He recalled the books that he had read. Is this the bone demon of the demon path? Right, this is a bone demon. This is a low-grade white skeleton, but it is really strong. Its bones are no weaker than a Tao Realm Transformation 3 experts. However, its combat strength is really low and it doesn't have much intelligence. A few martial path grandmasters would be able to capture it with traps. This thing is born from evil energy, but I can use Xiantian energy to subdue it and turn it into a puppet. It can't fight, but it won't feel tired when it works. When it doesn't move, it can be placed in the spirit gathering formation to accumulate power. Lu Baiwei smiled as she looked at the skeleton. This is a good thing. Once I return, I will give it the horned flood dragon armor. No one will be able to tell. This skeleton is really good at work. After it is subdued, it will be able to work until it dies. Gu Qinsha knew why Lu Baiwei came here. Indeed, if he subdued this skeleton, he would be able to mine, cut down trees, and build things. But I don't have the ability to subdue this skeleton. Gu Qinsha frowned. Your god-slaughtering energy can totally subdue this skeleton. You can do that alone. So what do you want me to do here? Don't you think that you are really attractive to this skeleton? Lu Baiwei said with a faint smile. Actually, I don't know what kind of martial arts you've cultivated, or maybe you've activated the bloodline of God. You have treasures all over your body. If I'm not wrong, if someone eats a piece of your flesh, they can prolong their life and become immortal. You have to be careful. How did you see that? Gu Qinsha was shocked. He had some achievements in the sun and moon transformations and was quite experienced. Many people would not be able to see through him when he converged his aura and circulated the transformations. However, he soon understood. It was not strange for the great god slaughtering technique to be so special, but you are using me as bait. Of course, you're bait. You can attract many skeletons. These white skeletons are not strong enough. The truly strong ones are the silver skeletons, golden skeletons, purple jade skeletons, and even the 1,000-year bone demon. Lu Baiwei said, "This place has become the burial ground of evil. After I subdue the skeleton, I will give you half of it." So, generous? Gu Qinsha nodded. Then how do I attract the skeleton? The place we are at now is the edge of the burial ground. Lu Baiwei said, "We cannot go any deeper. If we go deeper and meet the 1,000-year bone demon, we will both die here. Also, if we go deeper, time and space will warp. No one knows what will happen. It is very easy for you to attract the skeletons. Just activate your chi and blood here, releasing the aura of fresh flesh and blood. The skeletons will be attracted and come to eat you. I am indeed the best bait." Gu Qinsha knew himself very well. He circulated the dragon nurturing technique and activated his chi and blood. Instantly, traces of aura spread out like fresh flesh in the sea. The smell of blood spread out, attracting countless sharks and bloodthirsty sea beasts. Wonderful. Lu Baiwei's face lit up. If I release my chi and blood, the aura of the great god slaughtering technique will not only attract the skeletons, they will also hide far away. Only you are the most suitable. The others are not strong enough. More importantly, your king dragon armor can protect you. When the time comes, you will be able to help me. Rumble, rumble. Many skeletons on the ground let out sounds like waves, as if something was drilling in and out of the ground. It was unknown how deep the skeletons on the ground were, but they were piled up like a mountain. There were skeletons thousands of zhang underground, maybe even thousands of zhang underground. There were terrifying things hidden underground. Bang! The skeletons in the distance were pushed away, and a few more skeletons felt the strong and tempting chi and blood. They made a sound like metal rubbing against each other and pounced towards Gu Qinsha. Seeing this, Lu Baiwei waved her hands, and the god slaughtering technique was released from her body. It filled the area and turned into a huge net, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, the skeletons were all imprinted with talismans. The skeletons immediately became her own people. Gu Qinsha knew that this was a refining technique that used innate qi to transform into talismans and seep into objects. It consumed a lot of one's own qi. Even with Yiming's realm, it would take him a few days to gradually subdue the skeletons. This was because condensing the talismans with qi would consume almost all the energy in his body. However, Lu Baiyue's every movement was carefree and at ease, as if it was as simple as eating and drinking. Just based on the density of innate qi, perhaps even Fa Wuxian could not compare to Lu Baiyue. Could it be that your innate gang energy is truly endless? Gu Qinsha was shocked. Just now, you used up as much energy as dozens of Dao Realm Transformation 7 experts. I've said it before, after mastering the art of divine slaughter and art of divine devouring, the innate gang qi will be endless and endless. This is the most terrifying thing about His Majesty. No martial art, not even the strongest ancient martial art, the son of heaven's investiture art, can reach this level. This is also why His Majesty was able to surpass countless ancient emperors, dominate the world, seal the gods, and sweep across the 3 realms, Lu Baiyue said. No wonder your great god-slaughtering technique can have endless amounts of innate qi. You're like a fish in water here. No matter how many skeletons there are, you can subdue them. Gu Qinsha was really envious. Unfortunately, my cultivation is still too shallow, and I can't head deep in. If I can reach Dao Realm Transformation 13, I will be able to head deep in and swallow some ghosts to strengthen my mind. Lu Baiyue shook her head. A total of 5 skeletons were subdued by her. They stood beside her like cheetahs in hiding, ready to attack at any moment. The 5 skeletons were all white skeletons, but after Lu Baiyue's runes, not only were their bodies stronger than before, but their auras also became sharper and their intellect increased. One could see just how amazing the great god-slaughtering technique's energy was. These 5 skeletons were now comparable to Dao Realm Transformation 1 experts. Gu Qinsha continued to activate his aura and spread out. In just a short while, more skeletons came over. Just like fishing, Lu Baiyue subdued a total of 30 skeletons in 4 hours. Boss cultivated a demonic technique and killed many lives to refine some Xian demon iron corpses. But how can they be as strong as the skeletons in this burial ground? In just a short while, the puppets I obtained far exceed what Boss accumulated in 20 years. Lu Baiyue said, Crown Prince Gu Hongsha cultivated a demonic technique and killed people to suck their blood. His son Gu Tanjian wasn't a nice person either. The last time Gu Qinsha met him, he saw that his troops were all Xian demon iron corpses and they weren't living beings. These 30 skeletons can clear out a few hundred miles of forest. The main thing is that they aren't afraid of miasma and poisonous bugs. Gu Qinsha was thinking about it. There were many places in his land that he hadn't developed yet. If he obtained these skeletons, it would be great for him. He relied on barbarian race slaves to develop the forest. Their bodies were made of flesh and blood, so it was really slow. Chapter 156. Based on the Demon Path's Bone Demon Sect's secret technique to form this white skeleton, one must first find the corpse of a Dao Realm Transformation 3 expert and then feed it with blood and spiritual energy for 20 years. Only then can it form this puppet. Lu Baiyue said, This is the place where the ancient gods and gods fought. It might even be the place where the evil god's divine kingdom was destroyed. Many things fell here and turned into a burial ground. I don't know how many years have passed, but the quality of these skeletons is definitely not ordinary. Kong, just as the 2 of them were speaking, the roar of a beast spread out from the distance. A skeleton appeared. The skeleton was silver in color and moved like the wind. Although it couldn't fly, it was so quick that it could turn into an afterimage. There were also some fine golden runes on the silver-white bones. The skeleton flew toward Gu Qinsha and slammed its claws on the king dragon armor, causing a deafening sound. Even Gu Qinsha was a little annoyed by the impact. This skeleton's strength is close to that of a Tao Realm Transformation 5 expert, right? Although Gu Qinsha didn't care much about it, he was shocked. The skeleton's strength could kill many people below Tao Realm Transformation 4, especially the sharpness of its claws. Even copper skin and iron bones couldn't block it. It was like a celestial weapon. Amazing, golden runes have appeared on the skeleton's body. Once they cover its body, it will transform into a golden skeleton. Liu Baiwei unleashed his Khanate Earth Qi once again, turning into a huge net that fell from above and trapped the skeleton. The skeleton wanted to struggle, but the god-slaying energy seeped into its bones and gave out a sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, it was subdued. So, after the skeleton was subdued, Liu Baiwei retracted his god-slaying true energy. But then a snake-like astral energy swept over, wrapping around the skeleton and snatching it away. Liu Baiwei was furious. Her god-slaying energy turned into a bow behind her back. There were 2 arrows. The bow was ancient, and it was as if it had appeared since the beginning of the world. One of the arrows was real, while the other was ethereal. It made one feel like it was the embodiment of impermanence. Bang! With a twang of the bowstring, the arrow left the string and shot towards the depths of the fog. No one could react to this sudden change. The hair on Gu Qinsha's body stood on end. It wasn't because of the ambusher who had suddenly swept away the skeleton, but because of Liu Baiwei's bow and arrows. His intuition told him that if he was hit, the king dragon armor wouldn't be able to withstand it. More importantly, the speed and changes of the arrow had exceeded his reaction time, so there was no way he could dodge it. The moment the arrow was released, a muffled groan could be heard from within the fog, as if something had been broken. Liu Baiwei, you're really ruthless. A person strode out of the fog. This person was wearing dark red armor and a scarlet cloak. He wore a bronze mask on his face. There were many cracks on his armor, and at the same time, only half of the shield in his hand was left. So if it's you, hung motionless. Liu Baiwei didn't seem surprised. Because the Hung family lost the 3rd volume of the Eternal Heavenly Book, you went to cultivate demonic arts to make up for it. In the end, you became neither human nor ghost. Are you here to find a way to recover your body? Why did you steal my silver skeleton? Did you really think that you could steal it from me? I didn't expect you to have cultivated the great god slaying technique to such a level. Hung motionless tone was filled with killing intent. You actually broke my blood calamity armor and Azure Buddha shield. It's a pity that the armor and shield were destroyed. Liu Baiwei didn't care. If I'm not wrong, you're going to cultivate an extremely powerful devil path celestial artifact, the 9 words secret killing devil. You'll need skeletons. Once this devil is cultivated, you'll be able to store your innate gang chi endlessly, which is equivalent to having 9 doppelgangers that are similar to you. The Hung family's ancestor combined the 9 words secret killing technique from the Eternal Heavenly Book and the Demon Path Puppet technique. What a pity, what a pity. The Hung family was a saint family, but after losing the 3rd volume of the Eternal Heavenly Book, they secretly entered the demonic path. If Saint Hung knew about this, would he climb out of his grave and die from anger? Shut up. Hung motionless voice became sharp. Liu Baiwei, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you cultivated the great god slaying technique. Your cultivation is really strong, and you have reached Tao Realm Transformation 12. When you use it, you can control any expert below Tao Realm Transformation 9. Unfortunately, you can't control my soul. Although I am at Tao Realm Transformation 7, if we fight, I can definitely kill you. No matter whether or not you believe me, that is the truth. Liu Baiwei looked at him in disdain. How can you understand the Emperor's great god slaying technique? Even if all the saints revive, they won't be his match. You hung motionless aura calmed down. He waved his hand and tossed out the silver skeleton. Liu Baiwei, why don't we work together? Although your cultivation is strong, there are many things you don't understand. This place is really dangerous, and I think that you didn't find it as well as the Hung family. I know that your Hung family found out about this burial ground long ago. There were even experts who came to take a piece of evil god flesh. Liu Baiwe had a lot of intel. So, that piece of evil god flesh was obtained from here. Gu Qinsha instantly felt that this place wasn't simple. Although Liu Baiwe said it so casually, he definitely had a big goal. Otherwise, Hung Motionless wouldn't have appeared here. Evil god flesh. Hung Budong's murderous intent intensified at the mention of this. He suddenly looked at Gu Qinsha and laughed sinisterly. Old 19, you really have some tricks up your sleeves. Many of our Hung family's experts spent a lot of effort and finally obtained that piece of evil god's flesh. We gave it to our eldest brother to refine his divine technique, but you just stole it away. Hung Motionless, you need evidence to speak. Gu Qinsha naturally wouldn't admit to it. Long Zhaifei is in your residence, so you can't deny it. However, you are really powerful and I can't do anything to you. But don't forget that there are lawless people in the world. If your residence loses anything, then don't blame me. Hung Motionless' tone was filled with threat. Not only did he feel pity for the evil god flesh, but he also felt pity for Long Zhaifei. Hung Motionless was the top talent of the Hung family, and his talent was similar to Long Zhaifei's. He was on the same level as Fan Rui and Lei Tianwei. However, all of them added together couldn't compare to Fa Wuxian. Bring it on. Gu Qinsha didn't care at all. Even if Fa Wuxian comes, it is useless. As for your Hung family, you're still a little weaker. Hung Motionless, even if you cultivate to Tao Realm 12 transformation, you're dreaming if you want to deal with me. Haha. Hung Motionless suddenly laughed out loud. You really are shameless. You have so little strength, and you are already so arrogant. What cultivation do you have? Tao Realm 3 transformation? 9 changes away from me. I don't even need to move, and I can kill you and take your soul. Then why don't you try? Gu Qinsha waved his hands. Baiwe, don't move. I will test the top genius of the Hung family. Okay. Liu Baiwe looked on with interest, but you have to be careful. Hung Motionless cultivation is really deep, and he has cultivated for decades. He is much stronger than Old 7 and Big Brother. Your armor and sword won't be able to block his Xiantian energy. Liu Baiwe's words were filled with confidence, like Hung Motionless wasn't her match at all. One had to say that since she cultivated the great god-slaughtering techniques, god-slaughtering energy, she slowly started to look like Fa Wuxian. In the future, this Liu Baiwe might really be able to fight against Fa Wuxian. Gu Qinsha was suspicious. Father said that Liu Baiwe has yet to awaken, but from the looks of it, she might have awakened a little. Since Father values her so much, she should be able to cultivate the great massacre god technique. Scram! Hung Motionless waved his palm, and in an instant, the Xiantian energy was already in front of Gu Qinsha. It was extremely quick, and the Xiantian energy was blood red. It was like the setting sun, like a crescent moon, and it even had the ability to track itself. It was like a bone maggot, and there was nowhere to hide. Bada! The Xiantian energy smashed onto the King Dragon armor and caused a series of explosions. The armor was actually blasted open, and a huge amount of energy came into contact with Gu Qinsha's body before drilling into his meridians. If Gu Qinsha had his previous cultivation, he would have fainted at that moment. But the moment the Xiantian energy entered his body, the Dragon Transformation Tower activated. All the meridians, muscles, organs, and even the small particles in his body showed signs of turning into a dragon. A strong suction force and whirlpool appeared from the Dragon Transformation Tower. Gu Qinsha's body turned into a black hole. The moment the Xiantian energy touched his body, it was totally absorbed by the Dragon Transformation Tower. The moment it was absorbed by the Dragon Transformation Tower, the entire tower spat out dragon energy, which circled around Gu Qinsha's body. It even fed into the King Dragon armor. The King Dragon armor, which was blown apart, received the dragon energy. Not only did it recover, but it also became even more profound. What a strong attack! Gu Qinsha sensed Hung Motionless' contribution. The Blood Blade's destructive strength was shocking, and it was much stronger than Lei Tianhui's lightning tribulation. Hung Budong, that strike he used was the Eternal Blade Light along with the baleful Blood Demon Blade. Even a Dao Realm 9 transformation glass Jade body would be killed in one strike. But you weren't able to do anything to Gu Qinsha. Now, you don't think that he is arrogant, right? Lu Baiwei let out a laugh, but she was secretly surprised. With her sharp eyes, she could naturally tell how clever Hung Budong's attack was. You really do have some skill. Hung Motionless was shocked. A look of disdain appeared on his face. You used some treasure to heal your injuries. Since you dare to provoke me, then let's see how many treasures you can use. He waved his hands. Shwa shwa. 2 blood blade lights struck Gu Qinsha's body. Gu Qinsha couldn't even see the trajectory of the blade light. The speed of the Xiantian energy wasn't something that he could dodge. Just one sentence meant that he had no way to fight back in front of Hung Motionless. His cultivation was just too high. How long? 2 streaks of innate upstanding chi transformed into blood blade radiance and bombarded his body again, tearing apart his king's dragon armor. However, in the next moment, the blood blade radiance disappeared into his body, and a powerful force returned to his body. The king's dragon armor was instantly repaired. Gu Qinsha's body was completely filled with dragon chi, and his blood flowed faster. His aptitude increased, and his mind became incomparably intelligent. This was the same as Hung Motionless using all his strength. He injected his Xiantian energy into the dragon transformation tower and turned it into dragon energy to nourish his body and raise his cultivation. Chapter 157. Gu Qinsha took in a deep breath. Vital energy circulated in his body and dragon energy boiled. The demon descending blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed. Humble sword. He finally had the ability to fight back. He took the chance and slashed in the air. When the humble sword attacked, it was crooked and out of shape. It was even more clumsy than the clumsiest martial arts. A farmer was hoeing the fields, an old lady was embroidering, a kid was learning to write, a caterpillar was crawling, and a chick was learning to walk. But this sword evolved from clumsiness into the strongest technique. Gu Qinsha had been studying diligently these past few days, breathing in and out. Although he had learned the refining method from Bao Ming, he had mastered it thoroughly. He had also verified the Dragon Nurturing Heart Sutra and the transformations of the sun and moon dragons, and his cultivation base had risen steadily. He was troubled by his low realm and was unable to use the Xiantian earth energy to activate the dragon transformation tower. But now, Hung Budong was using the extremely strong Xiantian earth energy to activate it, so he was about to transform. Even Hung Budong sensed the aura from the humble sword, but he didn't care at all. Your martial arts are not bad, but your realm is too low. He flicked his fingers, and instantly, there were 8 to 9 streaks of blood-color blade light that were about to strike Gu Qinsha to death. Lu Baiyue's expression changed, and she was about to block. But then, Gu Qinsha spread out his body and allowed the blade light to strike his body. This time, his armor shook and swallowed all the blade light. At that moment, a strong aura exploded from his body. Dragon roars and tiger roars surged into the clouds. The aura was long and endless. He actually rose to the 4th transformation of Dao Realm, swallowing gold and turning into stone. Lu Baiyue's eyes turned sharp. Hung Budong's cultivation is really deep, and he is a top expert. Even some top disciples in the celestial path aren't his match. Although he didn't use his true strength, Gu Qinsha actually used a treasure to block his killing move. That is really amazing. He saw that his energy was absorbed by Gu Qinsha, allowing him to break through to Dao Realm Transformation 4 and his aura to increase. Finally, Heng's expression changed, and he roared, "You actually have a peerless treasure that can devour innate stellar energy and convert it into your own energy. Not bad." Gu Qinsha didn't hide it because he knew he couldn't hide it. Otherwise, do you think I'm crazy to cross so many realms to challenge you? Thank you for using your Sciention Earth energy to attack me, causing my treasure to activate and allowing me to step into Tao Realm Transformation 4. Very well. To think that I would actually fall for your tricks. All of a sudden, eternal motionless eyes shone with a green light. All of a sudden, Gu Chansha saw the sky turn dark. There seemed to be an additional soul in his body. Hung Budong finally unleashed his trump card, the soul-snatching technique to take control of his body. As long as one didn't cultivate the glass jade body and their brains weren't burned by the Samadhi true flame, one's soul wouldn't be strong. One would be easily controlled by someone at Tao Realm Transformation 12. However, Gu Qinsha wasn't afraid of this. He cultivated the Son of Heaven's God-sealing art. The Son of Heaven's Tao suppressed everything, manipulated the heavenly time, and conferred deities. His spirit was boundless, and no one could subdue him. Only he could control others. Without thinking, his body automatically activated the Son of Heaven God sealing technique. A bright light appeared in his mind. His soul and the sun-moon altar merged together. Since the sun and moon light merged with his mind and soul, Pala, something in his body seemed to have been crushed. Hung Budong was even more shocked. A treasure that protects the soul. You actually have so many top treasures on you. Thank you. Gu Qinshan knew his own ability. The Heaven's Sacrifice Decree protected his soul, and the Dragon Transformation Tower protected his body. He was undefeatable, but he knew that Hung Budong still had many trump cards that he hadn't used. If he went all out, he definitely wouldn't be his match. He would never lower his guard or be arrogant. Okay, Lu Baiwei stood up and said, Motionless Hung, I know that you've only used 30% of your strength just now. If you were to really fight, I'm afraid that 19th Brother wouldn't be a match for you. However, you've also seen 19th Brother's strength. I think you should restrain yourself in the future. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. Hung Budong's tone was dark and cold like the wind from hell. Even the soul-snatching technique can't do anything to you. It seems like your entire body is a treasure, and it is far more valuable than that evil god's flesh and blood. You don't have to threaten me. Gu Chansha only felt that the qi in his body was circulating extremely quickly. With just a slight breath, his qi and blood flowed through his meridians, organs, and finally returned to his dantian. As the circulatory cycle flowed, there was a thunderous roar. The inside of his dantian was like a huge furnace that could digest anything. Even if he swallowed 100 poisons, swords, metal, they would all be crushed. This was the terrifying aspect of Tao Realm Transformation 4 Gold Swallowing Stone. When one reached this realm, one would be able to walk in many dangerous places. Miasma, poisonous smoke, and bugs wouldn't be able to do anything to them, especially the sun-moon dragon that Gu Qinsha cultivated. Once he reached this realm, he would be even stronger. Every breath he took would be filled with energy, and his strength would increase greatly. Next would be to absorb spiritual energy and gather it in the 108 acupoints around his body. Once they were all filled up, he would step into the 100 Aperture Spirit Gathering Realm. Tao Realm Transformation 5, 100 Spirit Gathering, to Transformation 6, refining energy into energy, required one to absorb spiritual energy and compress it, allowing it to rumble and condense in one's acupoints. It would merge with one's vital energy and flow through the meridians, forming a dense Sciention energy that would shoot out. It could break rocks hundreds of steps away and rip apart one's body with one strike. I, Gu Qinsha, am not someone who is afraid of threats. Gu Qinsha's voice was calm. If Hung family works for the dynasty, then I will be fine. But if you have other thoughts, then even if you don't offend me, I will offend you. What arrogant words. Hung Budong laughed from rage. My Hung family is a sane aristocratic family, and even the Heaven Talisman Emperor has to be respectful to us. You're just a prince, and you want to be above us? You are half human and half demon. Do you look like a sane aristocratic family? Gu Chensha said. Lu Baiwe, this kid is so sharp-tongued. Are you going to protect him? Hung Budong was actually afraid of Lu Baiwe. It seems like your Lu family is going to be enemies with us. I listened to the emperor. Lu Baiwe was unmoved by force or persuasion. All right, let's not talk about these useless things. You can leave now, immovable conservation. I won't cooperate with you. Go ahead and explore. You can have the skeleton you catch. You really don't want to work with me? Hung Budong was unwilling. I know many secrets about this place. I know that you don't dare to enter. Lu Baiwe looked around. Actually, this is the safest place. Once we enter and get sucked into the twisted space, we won't be able to come out, and we will definitely die. But you won't be able to lure those skeletons out, so working with you will only bring us harm and no benefit. Gu Chansha could see that only his vital energy could attract those skeletons out. Very good. Hung Budong retreated. Since that is the case, then don't blame me if you face any danger. He disappeared into the thick fog. If he uses his full strength, I definitely won't be his match. Gu Chensha looked at him leave and circulated his vital energy. He was quite delighted. After reaching Dao Realm Transformation 4, many of his moves became really strong. For example, the clumsy fist strength doubled and Sun Moon Kill was the same. He helped you reach Dao Realm Transformation 4. Lu Baiwe said, I really can't see through you. It seems like you have many secrets on you. If I didn't have some secrets, how would I have been able to live until now? Gu Chunsha asked. Actually, you have even more secrets. Hung Budong left some vicious words, and I am afraid that we will face danger here. It is okay. Danger is training, Lu Baiwe said. At most, he is just staring in the dark. Apart from Fa Wuxian, I don't care about any of these saint aristocratic family's disciples. He suffered heavy losses this time. His armor and shield were destroyed by God, slaying true Qi. Gu Chunsha was good at refining treasures. I think he will need a long time to recover. He is asking to die. Lu Baiwe waved her hands and told the silver skeleton to stand behind her. Now, there were 30 white skeletons and 1 silver skeleton standing behind her. It really did have the smell of an undead army. She was also somewhat similar to a demonic master. Right? You didn't call me here just to collect skeletons, right? Gu Chensha suddenly asked. Of course. Lu Baiwe didn't hide it. It seems like you have also noticed something. In fact, this is His Majesty's instruction. What did Father say? Gu Chensha asked. His Majesty has gone into seclusion again. Lu Baiwe said, You probably know that the capital city is almost built. Many immortal sects have been intimidated and want to integrate into the court. The court's luck has increased greatly. No dynasty in history has done such a thing. This way, the heavenly Tao will lose some sort of balance, leading to many disasters. But now, the whole world is peaceful and the weather is good. That is because His Majesty has used His supreme prowess to suppress the operation of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao and the rules of heaven and earth are His Majesty's greatest enemies, involving almost 90% of His Majesty's power. Apart from that, those evil gods, the old monsters of the immortal path, and the countless huge, unknown existences in the void will also affect His Majesty's power. I know a lot about this. Gu Chunsha had his own plans in mind. What does it have to do with this place? This is the burial ground. The battle between the ancient evil gods and the righteous gods distorted the space and time here. After tens of thousands of years, this forbidden land was formed, and countless demons and ghosts were born. Recently, the barbarians have been retreating in defeat, but they are unwilling to give up. They have already joined forces with the supreme demonic sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Li Wanlong, in an attempt to release all the demons and ghosts here. Lu Baiwe said, Did you notice? This place is sealed by fog. Humans can't enter, but skeletons can't leave the fog either. This is some kind of restriction of the rules of heaven and earth, preventing demons and ghosts from harming people. Chapter 158. Do you think that our development in the wilderness has been too smooth recently? Lu Baiwa said, the barbarians have been retreating without any resistance. This doesn't make sense. That's true. Although Father has suppressed the evil god and intimidated the wilderness, the barbarians shouldn't have shrunk to this extent. They don't even have a decent organization to fight back. Gu Qinsha nodded. They are preparing to create a catastrophe. Lu Baiwa stepped on the skeleton under her feet. The source of the catastrophe is here. Then we can't stop it. Gu Qinsha knew his own abilities. He could collect 2 skeletons here and compete with Hung Budong, but it was impossible to stop such a huge catastrophe, even if he was 100 times stronger. I'm here to investigate. Maybe I can destroy something. Lu Baiwa said, of course, we can train ourselves. We can't be protected by the Emperor forever. One day, we will fly out and soar into the sky. Of course, if Father hadn't suppressed it, Fa Wuxian would have dared to kill me last time. Hung Budong could also use his full strength and kill me. Gu Qinsha thought for a moment. But I know nothing about the situation here. I hope you can explain it to me. What should we do now? Or should we stay here and continue to attract the skeletons to collect them? Let's not move now and collect the skeletons. Lu Baiwa felt that Gu Qinsha was very careful and organized. He was always able to grasp the key points. If we collect the skeletons here and accumulate power, we will definitely meet many people. Actually, I'm not familiar with this place. The one who is most familiar with this place should be Hung Budong. I even suspect that the Hung family is working with the barbarians and the nest of 10,000 dragons. It can't be. Gu Qinsha shuddered. He couldn't believe it. The Hung family has received the Emperor's favor. No matter what, they're deeply involved with the royal family. Will they commit treason? Gu Hongsha is Gu Hongsha. To the Hung family, imperial concubine Hung is an outsider. A married woman is like water that has been poured out. Lu Baiwa sneered. The family's interests are above everything else. It's the same even for the legalists, let alone the Hung family. The Dharma Empress and Old Seven actually haven't gotten much of the legalist core inheritance. That's to be expected. For the sage clans, the clan's interests are much more important than the interests of the world. Every dynasty and every generation has to respect the sage clans. Gu Qinsha thought for a moment. Of course, we can't give the core treasures to the princes. It's already good enough that the princes didn't send any benefits to the family. However, if the Hung family really colluded with the nest of 10,000 dragons, they would probably be exterminated. Right now, Father is not someone that can be toyed with by a sage family. Of course they know this, but they didn't make any big moves. They just don't want to bet all their treasures on the Emperor. Lu Baiwa said, actually, you know that the Emperor is playing with the heavenly axiom. Many people don't think the Emperor will win and are ready to make a move. The Hung family is the same. They want to obtain great power from the heavenly axiom. Every time the heavenly axiom changes, a tribulation appears, and sages and gods are born. I've read a lot of history. When the world changes, it's when heroes rise. Gu Qinsha was eager to try. Maybe we can find a good opportunity. Right now, you've encountered a good opportunity. You have many treasures and fortuitous encounters. Who can guarantee that the heavenly axiom changed and fell on you? Lu Baiwa carefully looked at Gu Qinsha for a while. Of course, I don't have the right to criticize you. My fortuitous encounters are no less than yours. In fact, I have more than yours. Gu Qinsha was calculating. If Lu Baiwa's god slaughtering energy attacked him, the Dragon Transformation Pagoda might not be able to absorb it. Hung Budong was at Dao Realm Transformation 7, but he didn't dare to act recklessly against Lu Baiwa. One could see that Lu Baiwa really had many trump cards. Gu Qinsha didn't envy him. He was satisfied that he had broken through to Dao Realm Transformation 4, Gold Swallowing Stone. After so many days of accumulation, he broke through today. He was still thinking about how his cultivation would rise once more. From Dao Realm Transformation 4 to 5 was just a matter of time. He just needed to inject spiritual energy into his acupoints. If he had enough spiritual energy, he would cultivate really quickly. Pay attention. More skeletons have appeared. Lu Baiwe suddenly waved her hand. The 30 white skeletons and 1 silver skeleton were all kept into the bracelet. Gu Qinsha sensed that the space within the bracelet was huge. It was even bigger than the sun and moon altar's space. But there was a flaw. The sun and moon altar was formless, so if Gu Qinsha hid in it, he would disappear. But if Lu Baiwe hid in that space, the bracelet would fall to the ground and others would obtain it. This was why Lu Baiwe couldn't learn from Gu Qinsha and use space treasures to steal things. Gotcha! Sure enough, as Gu Qinsha's chi and blood boiled, a few more skeletons appeared in the distant fog. These skeletons were all silver in color, and they stepped on the bones. They were as light as swallows and moved like the wind. They were even more agile than apes and monkeys as they swooped down. These skeletons' true strength is probably comparable to Tao Realm Transformation 3 and 4 experts. Gu Qinsha didn't panic. Who knows how many skeletons there are here? If they really head out to attack, then that would be really terrifying. Good fellow, there are a total of 5 silver skeletons. Lu Baiwe waved his hand again. The god-slaying astral chi was unleashed as though it didn't cost anything. It covered the sky and covered the earth. The sky was filled with black threads that interweaved with each other. In an instant, the skeletons that were 10,000 steps away were all bound and pulled over. This was even easier than catching fish. After the 5 silver skeletons were pulled over, the god-slaying energy entered them and controlled their bodies. They didn't move at all and were kept into the space within the bracelet. If this goes on, you'll be rich. Gu Qinsha said, "You said that you would give me half of these skeletons, but how will I control them?" It is okay. Once I capture the thousands of skeletons, I will lay out a formation and refine them all. When the time comes, I will give you the talismans to control them. It is difficult to recruit people to open up the land. With these 10,000 skeletons, my speed will be at least 100 times faster. The barbarian race soldiers won't be my match at all. Lu Baiwe stared into the distance. Your god-slaying energy can reach 10,000 steps. Normal Tao Realm Transformation 7 experts can at most reach a few thousand steps. Gu Qinsha noticed many amazing things about it. The god-slaying energy gathers and doesn't scatter. If I use all my strength, I can hit 100,000 steps away. Lu Baiwe said, "If I use my strongest attack, I can destroy a small hill with my energy alone from 100,000 steps away." Too strong. Gu Qinsha knew that Yiming didn't have such an ability. He stepped on the bones beneath his feet. How thick do you think these bones are? The skeletons are thousands of feet deep, and these mountains are all piled up by the skeletons. I wonder how big they are. Lu Baiwe said, "Otherwise, this place wouldn't be called a burial ground. No wonder these skeletons can be born." Gu Qinsha activated his vital energy and spread it out. But this time, no skeletons came. It was as if there were no skeletons left. "Should we head over?" Gu Qinsha asked. "There are no more skeletons here. Let me try." Lu Baiwe placed his palms together, and the god-slaying energy changed once more. It wasn't a black light, but a bright light. This ball of light turned into a fist-sized crane. It charged through the mist and lit up the path ahead as it flew into the distance. After flying for several kilometers, space suddenly distorted, and the red-crowned crane was sucked into it, disappearing without a trace. Lu Baiwe scoffed. "We can't go any further. The space in front is twisting, and we will definitely be swept in." You can actually turn Xiantian earth energy into a physical form. This is an extremely exquisite control. You have to at least reach the Tao Realm 10 transformations to be able to control Xiantian earth energy to such an extent. Gu Qinsha knew very well how mysterious it was to transform the innate Gang Qi into an immortal crane and fly out to explore the way. This wasn't something that could be done at Transformation 7. It was impossible for Transformation 8 or Transformation 9. Lu Baiwe was able to control the innate vital energy with his 7 changes realm, which was enough to make people speechless. If I reach the 10 transformations of the Tao realm, then I can casually transform into thousands of astral energy forms and cover the mountains and plains. That level is something that mortals can't imagine. If I reach eternal motionless realm, even 100 of him won't be my match. Lu Baiyue's words were really domineering. Then, let's wait here. Gu Qinsha was still activating his vital energy to try and attract more skeletons. I was able to come here many times, but Eternal Motionless definitely knows more routes. Lu Baiyue suddenly frowned. Someone is coming. Let's hide. As she spoke, her body shone with a clear light. Who knew what technique she used to hide herself? Gu Qinsha retracted his vital energy, but he didn't use the King Dragon Armor's invisibility ability. Instead, he hid in the Sun-Moon altar. He knew that this place was really dangerous. Although the King Dragon Armor was strong, it could only protect him from the Sciention energy of Tao Realm Transformation 10 experts. If he faced stronger demons, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Just as he hid himself, a few people appeared behind him. First, a ball of light landed on the ground, revealing a young man. His powerful aura pushed away the fog. This young man wore an ancient bronze ring on his head, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. There was a slit deep between his eyebrows, which looked like a vertical eye. Next was a person wearing a barbarian tribe religious robe. Gu Qinsha was familiar with this person. He was the chaotic world Demon Ape Temple's Pope, Yuan Shasheng. There was also Eternal Motionless, who had just left. As expected, Eternal Motionless is colluding with these experts. Gu Qinsha frowned. He couldn't find where Lu Baiyue was hiding. I wonder who the young man with the bronze rings and the vertical eye between his brows is. I don't think he's a simple character. Yuan Shasheng is extremely powerful. I'm not his match. Yuan Shasheng alone could probably take care of Gu Qinsha and the current Lu Baiyue. Moreover, the young man with the vertical eye seemed to have a cultivation level higher than Eternal Motionless. Eternal Motionless, you said that the kid has my Dragon Transformation Pagoda, and Lu Baiyue are here. Where are they now? Yuan Shasheng let out a sharp voice. It was like a saw cutting through metal. It gave one goosebumps. They are hiding, the young man with the vertical eye said. I felt their aura just now. Chapter 159. Lu Baiyue has a big secret. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to learn the Great Massacre God technique. The young man called Li Wangsheng said, she is favored by the Heavenly Talisman Emperor. If we capture her, he will not let it go. Humph. Yuan Shasheng said, the Heavenly Talisman Emperor is in seclusion again. He is not accepted by the Heavenly Tao. He needs all his cultivation to suppress the Heavenly Tao. At the same time, he is also suppressing the appearance of the real Son of Destiny. He can't use 99% of his strength. Why is the nest of 10,000 dragons afraid of him? Hearing their conversation, Hung Budong just looked around but didn't say anything. Did the chaotic demonic ape god send down an oracle? Who is the Son of Destiny? Li Wangxing asked. Nothing yet. Yuan Shasheng shook his head. What about Fa Wuxian? Li Wangsheng said, I think this person is really powerful. In the future, he will be able to fight against the old monsters who have cultivated for thousands of years. Among all the saint families, he is the only one I respect. Fa Wuxian is strong, but there is no sign of him being the Son of Destiny. The heavenly sacrificial decree has not appeared. Yuan Shasheng calculated, whoever gets this item will be the real Son of Destiny. I calculated that when Hong used to be the Son of Destiny, but he didn't get it. So it is not him. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Talisman Emperor has reversed the Heavenly Tao. Even Father can't calculate who is the Son of Destiny. Li Wangxing frowned. Your father is the supreme demonic saint. His cultivation is close to the ancient saints and even above the gods. Yuan Shasheng said, this time, he should have seen some clues. Father has ventured into the depths of the void, searching for clues regarding the desolate dragon sect. If he could obtain the desolate dragon sect, he would be a supreme existence comparable to the heaven sacrificial talisman. Maybe at that time, he would be able to contend against the heavenly talisman emperor. If the heavenly talisman emperor was abandoned by the heavenly Tao, we would be able to suppress him completely and kill him. Lord Li Wanlong found clues about the Dragon Gate. Yuan Shasheng was shocked. Does that mean there's a chance to surpass the 36 transformations and jump out of the 3 realms? There's a change in the burial grounds. Li Wangsheng did not continue on the topic of the Raging Desolation Dragon sect. Initially, there was an extremely strong restrictive power here that prevented the evil qi from spreading out. That was the Heaven Tao shackles of the Endless Mainland. However, because of the influence of the Heaven Talisman Emperor, the Heaven Tao shackles have weakened. Making use of this opportunity, we can release all those demons that have been brewing here for tens of thousands of years and wreak havoc across the world, causing the entire imperial court of the Heaven Talisman Emperor to crumble. By then, it would definitely deal a huge blow to the confidence of that person. If I'm not mistaken, the demonic creatures at the bottom of the endless sea of sin in the Sin province are beginning to stir. Eternal Motionless interjected. Since ancient times, the endless sea of sin has been a place where sins gather. It connects to another world. The Heavenly Talisman Emperor is really powerful. He actually sealed the sea of sin by cutting off thousands of mountains. Li Wangsheng shook his head, and then the vertical eye between his eyebrows suddenly shot out a ray of light. Crackle! Not far away, air currents exploded continuously, and a figure appeared. It was Lu Baiwe. She had concealed herself well, but Li Wangxing found a flaw. Using some unknown demonic technique, he broke through her concealment technique and revealed himself. Princess Yuefu, I'm here to greet you. Li Wangsheng did not attack. Instead, he bowed slightly, looking very polite. You're indeed the pride of the nest of 10,000 dragons, to be able to discover me. Lu Baiyue's concealment technique was broken, but she was not surprised. She looked around slightly, but did not find Gu Chensha. She was puzzled. **T. Gu Chensha was in the sun-moon altar, observing everything before him. Although he was safe, Lu Baiwe was forced out by the other party. Gu Chensha knew that things were not good. While Lu Baiyue's cultivation was strong, she was definitely not a match for these 3 fiendish demons. She could deal with Hung Budong, but she would definitely lose to Yuan Shasheng, not to mention Li Wangsheng. Looking at his aura, Li Wangsheng seemed to be almost the same as Fa Wuxian. He was thinking about how to save Lu Baiwe without exposing his sun-moon altar, but it was difficult. Either Yuan Shasheng or Li Wangxing could kill him in an instant. Even if Hung Budong couldn't do anything to him just now, if he used his trump card, he would die without a burial place. Princess Yuefu, how about I invite you to the nest of 10,000 dragons? Li Wangxing's tone was gentle. You're really bold. Lu Baiwe said, you know that I'm Princess Yuefu of the Imperial Court, but you still attacked me here. Aren't you afraid of the Imperial Court? The Imperial Court? Li Wangsheng laughed. The nest of 10,000 dragons has been the holy land of the demon race since ancient times, ruling over thousands of demons and demons. Even the ancient saints and ancient emperors dare not offend us. Although the Imperial Court is strong, they can't do anything to us. Besides, the Heavenly Talisman Emperor is busy with his own affairs. He's gone too far this time. He wants all the immortal Tao to belong to the Imperial Court and forbids the immortal Tao from accepting disciples from the common people. Isn't that cutting off the immortal Tao's foundation? A few old monsters hiding in the depths of the void, like Heavenly Lord Yuan Gu, Heavenly Lord Pu Tuo, and Heavenly Lord Victorious, are all returning to the land of infinity. When that time comes, the immortal Tao sects might not listen to the Heavenly Talisman Emperor's orders. These 3 old monsters are still alive, but tens of thousands of years ago, they presided over countless wars between immortals and demons, guided the ancient emperors, and even many human saints studied under them. Yuan Shashing's expression changed. If these 3 old monsters appear, I'm afraid it's not a blessing for the evil Tao. Don't worry. The immortal, and demonic paths are working together to deal with the heavenly talisman emperor. Li Wangsheng said. Even the heavens are against him. What 3 old monsters? Lu Baiwe laughed. Even if they were 10 times stronger, they still wouldn't be His Majesty's match. Even the heavenly Tao would be twisted. You small fries are just like mantises trying to stop a chariot. Princess Uefu, I know you are loyal to the heavenly talisman emperor, but you are not my match, Li Wangsheng said. To be honest, if it wasn't for the heavenly talisman emperor suppressing the heavenly Tao, I wouldn't have come out. Now, he had to take advantage of the fact that he was too preoccupied to eliminate the chess pieces he had set up. You can master the great massacre god art. Your cultivation will increase with each passing day. In a few more years, I'm afraid even I won't be able to do anything to you. But don't worry, I won't kill you, as long as you return to the nest of 10,000 dragons and become a member of the demonic race. And if I say no, Lu Baiwe said, then don't blame me. Li Wangsheng waved his hand. Yuan Shasheng, don't interfere in this matter. I want this woman too. Yuan Shasheng licked his lips. This person can actually master the great massacre god art. If I capture her, I can use all kinds of demonic methods to pluck her clean, absorb her innate stellar energy, and double my cultivation. The great massacre god art's stellar energy can destroy everything. Li Wangsheng said, my father has fought with the heavenly talisman emperor many times. He knows how powerful this art is. Even if you capture this woman, her counterattack is extremely powerful. You won't be able to absorb it. Li Wanlong should have died in the hands of His Majesty. If it wasn't for Peacock, the nest of 10,000 dragons would have been destroyed. How dare you call yourself the sacred land of the demonic race? Lu Baiwe secretly activated her mystic art. Her whole body was filled with black stellar energy, and above her head, a black lotus the size of half an acre appeared. Whoosh! She launched an attack. Facing 3 great experts, she actually counterattacked. Her target was not Li Wangsheng or Yuan Shasheng, but Hung Budong. Hung Budong, how dare you betray the imperial court and collude with these demons? If that's the case, I'll kill you. With a biting cold aura, she appeared in front of Hung Budong in an instant. Hung Budong seemed to be prepared. His whole body was covered in a thick bloody light. A few huge bloody vortexes appeared in front of him, forming a dense defense. Within the bloody vortexes, there were even many faces of demons. However, Lu Baiwe's body was shrouded in black light, and the black lotus above his head seemed to be able to disintegrate all innate energy. The blood-red vortex that had never moved was torn apart like a piece of paper in front of the innate energy. Then, Lu Baiwe's palm slammed hard on his chest. Eternal Strike. Hung Budong's palm changed color. There was pure gold in the bloody red, the combination of good and evil. He clashed with Lu Baiwe's palm. Bang! Hung Budong retreated again and again, the bloody stellar energy all over his body, sputtering in all directions. No martial art could block the god-slaying stellar energy, especially the black lotus formed by the god-slaying stellar energy above Lu Baiwe's head. It could absorb almost any attack and disintegrate all stellar energy. That lotus was pure black, the darkness of the universe before it was born, the most primordial gloomy darkness. While Hung Budong was retreating, Lu Baiwe struck out with another palm, attacking continuously. Suddenly, black light enveloped everything. Hung Budong's eyes narrowed, and he activated his hand seals. His whole body turned from bloody red to a golden human figure, golden flames burning, and a Hung character was written on his palm. The 2 great experts exchanged blows 3 or 4 times in an instant. Hung Budong was actually able to block Lu Baiwe's attacks. Although he was at a disadvantage, Lu Baiwe was not able to completely defeat him. Lu Baiwe, you can't do anything to me. Your realm is just too low. Hung Budong was furious, but he couldn't do anything to Lu Baiwe. Even with his Tao Realm 12 transformation, soul, snatching cultivation, he was actually being suppressed by Lu Baiwe. Enough! Just at that moment, Li Wangsheng pressed down with his palm. Honglong, a giant dragon claw, flew out from his body. It had 5 fingers, and each finger shone with lightning. Talismans swirled and thunder boomed. It was as if there was lightning striking down from the 9 heavens. The dragon claw was as quick as lightning, and it reached Lu Baiyue's head in an instant. The Black Lotus was shattered by the dragon claw. Pooey, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.